You told her? Jasmine, you ready?
Yeah.
Mayor? Call to order. Roll call, please.
Ms. De La Vega,
Present.
Ms. Perez,
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Present.
Mr. Tumidor,
Present.
Mr. Zogby,
Present.
Mr. Junco.
Present.
Mr. President, you have a full council.
Thank you. Can you please lead us in the invocation?
Lord, we thank you for your continuous blessings and pray that you continue to guide us in benefit of our city. Amen.
Thank you. Pledge allegiance will be held by Mr. Zogby. All rise and face the flag, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you. You said it correctly. Next item, please.
The following guidelines have been established by the city council. All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or placards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Individuals should be respectful of the elected officials and staff who are on the dais and make every effort to speak with a moderate tone using appropriate language and avoiding personal attacks. Members of the public in the audience shall refrain from shouting or making remarks from their seats to the mayor, council members, or staff sitting on the dais. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Presentation by the Parks and Community Engagement Department.
Thank you. No pressure.
That's Jack. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Willie Sanchez, Parks and Community Engagement Director, 900 East 56th Street. It's a pleasure to be here today. Once again, we're 3.5 years into my return here to Hialeah, which has been a big blessing to return to the city I love, the parks that I love. And where we started 3.5 years ago, we're way ahead of schedule. Still a lot of work to be done. But we're ahead of schedule, and it's great to see the turnaround that's happened in our parks and in our facilities throughout the whole city. Today, we are changing up a little bit. I brought my team so they can each present their areas of expertise. We're excited to hear from them. There's a lot of good news, a lot of things that have happened over the past 3.5 years, and particularly this year. There's a lot of reflection that happened the last few months preparing for this presentation. But our first slide here, parks for all, multi-generational parks, which was one of our goals to bring back to Hialeah, making sure our parks served every need, from the young to the adults to the seniors and to the in between. And I believe we're there. We're not perfect yet, but we're working towards that goal. Next slide, please. So this slide here pertains to our vision, our cultural aspirations, how we are bringing the parks back to the people, right? One of those things is to make them safer, to make them welcoming to everybody. The look, when we got here originally, there was 15 years of deferred maintenance that we were dealing with, programming that was left the best way to say it wasn't being updated on a constant basis. We have addressed that too. We have gone deep into making those changes. The community impact that we have as a park, as a department now, with events, and whether they be small or large, they're seen and they're visible. And then essential role. Well, our role is to make experiences, happy experiences for our residents. And I'm very honored and proud of my team, all the work they have done to change that vision, to change the way that we have done business. So next slide here, this is a quick, I know everyone has copies of the presentation. We oversee a large asset for the city, over 226 acres. In addition, we also oversee all the landscaping and sanitary services for police and fire. All the green areas we oversee. As you see, it's a big undertaking. Next slide. Our department is built through 5 different divisions: recreation, aquatics, parks, education, and special events. And that's our org chart there. You can see it. At this time, and we have a special guest zooming in today too, by the way, so we'll have that in a few minutes. But this time I want to bring Alice up to discuss our history project at our parks. Next slide, please. Right there.
Good evening, Alice, Director of Communications, 501 Palm Avenue. So just to touch upon a little bit of the projects that have happened in the Centennial at the parks. Actually, Bridget, you could go to the next slide. As the city celebrated 100 years, kind of like a legacy project that we wanted to include within our parks was to talk about the history and how the history has shaped the city now, and then eventually leading on to the future of the city by visiting the Hialeah 2050 into one of the parks. But to begin with, since parks tend to be one of the most visited public spaces that we have, we decided to use about 8 of the parks to have a different story. So starting with Babcock, that's shown here, it talks about the first 25 years of the city. And then as it progresses, you have other parks such as Bright, Sparks, Walker Park that are all being done, that have been completed as we speak. And then we have specific ones like the next slide. Like Mylander Park that talks about all the Hall of Fame, which is our Hall of Fame that talks about all the celebrities that have come out from Hialeah, or athletes, as well as musicians. And then if we go to the next one that wasn't accounted for, but we ended up doing through the renovations of Bucky Dent, was that we included a wall wrap for Bucky Dent himself, where he graciously donated a lot of his items from when he played in the Yankees and Hialeah High as well. So to kind of finalize this, this kind of just creates like a legacy project where, again, residents can come in and visit these parks and understand a little bit of history on the city. And then we look forward to having the rest of the facilities done. And with that, I'm going to Stephen.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Steve Diaz, Parks and Community Engagement, 900 East 56th Street. I'm going to be speaking a little bit about some of our improvements to park operations. On this slide, you'll see some key improvements that we made to our park operations in the last year. We began with strengthening our staff training and safety. Many of our managerial team members that are part of our parks crew completed driver safety courses, incident reporting protocols, and facility safety inspections. Most of our staff who deal consistently with young children and the elderly are certified in CPR and AED use, first aid and seizure recognition, along with identifying and reporting child abuse and neglect. We also added some DCF trainings for those individuals who are involved heavily with after-school activities and summer camps. These certifications go beyond compliance. They give our staff the skills to respond to emergencies quickly to protect the families who visit our parks. And so operationally, we streamline maintenance schedules to improve efficiency for our crews that go out there on a daily basis. We've installed automated irrigation and lighting systems that minimize manual labor and conserve energy and water. We've extended our park hours just recently on weekends so that residents have more opportunities to enjoy our spaces and staff schedules that would also optimize and ensure reliable coverage during peak hours, which I'll touch upon a little later. We focused a little bit more heavily on environmental stewardship and community input. And finally, we've expanded programming to better serve the diverse interests from our residents. With that, I'll introduce Mr. Douglas Cordovi.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council attendees. Yours, Aquatic Supervisor Douglas Cordovi, 4820, President Donald J. Trump, Hialeah, Florida, 33014, 12. All right. Excuse me. On this slide, I'm going to address the importance of operation procedures. We have the pleasure of providing multiple trainings that would cater specifically towards our beginning of the summer. With that being said, we're concentrating on 4 general pump room emergency situations trainings: water safety, epilepsy, especially in the state of Florida, being that is a rising awareness that we're trying to address. In addition to that, we provided a weekly lifeguard training, which includes CPR, AD, and first response. Prior to this, in order for us to be a successful division of aquatics, we have to pretty much recruit the staffing. That was an ongoing procedure that involved over 100 applicants that we have to go through and pretty much go to our panel. And we were able to provide a 2-phase orientation. The first orientation was policy and procedures. Second orientation was hands-on, which brings awareness to the facility and pretty much engagement with the personnel. I would like to recognize Paul Garcia. We were able to be part of his awareness of hurricane, and was a great collaboration when involved in new hirings for them to be aware of the dangers of working in a situation environment such as a hurricane, but at the same time, give back in order to attend and proceed with CPR and AED training. In order for us to accomplish that, we were able successfully to open our hours of operation. We have MyLander that have multiple programs that will be illustrating upcoming slides, but that gave us a benefit in order to have staff that is properly trained, being that this is most likely either their first job or the first time they actually are in the work environment. Next slide, please. Due to these trainings, we were able to extend our hours of operation at McDonald's Water Park, being that I would like to be quoted correctly. I'm not saying that has never been done, but it's been many years that McDonald's Water Park has been open for 6 days out of the week. The only day it was closed was actually on Tuesday. With that being said, our programming. Out of the 6 slides that you see there, 5 of them were just new additions that came in this summer. Okay, with the first one, we'd like to stand a token appreciation and acknowledge Housing Director Julio Ponce, because I was able to meet with his office and I was able to work a collaboration so that we could do an activation to our seniors. This program that hasn't been in place for many years, which is arthritis programs, we have active members right now of 15, and this is the first year that we have put it prior to COVID. Adult swim team, that's something that was actually new. Adult swim clinic, snorkeling class, lifeguard class, or something that's just elaborating, and adult water polo. Pretty much our residents is for us to give back. Our prices are very competitive, and we have residents and non-resident. This is something that has taken place at your aquatic facility. In this particular case, it's MyLander Aquatic Center. Next slide, please. Our pride and glory when it comes about programming is our year-round programs that we have, which is a swim team, water polo, synchronized swimming, and obviously adult program that we take in consideration. I would like to pretty much know that our increase in swim team has been, in this year compared to 2024, has been a 144% increase. When it comes about arthritis, it's been a 60%. Our water aerobics is a 60%, and our water polo team has been at 33%. This is something that has been a rebuild and a team effort when it comes from the aquatics division, being that we have faced a few hiccups, but we are right now experiencing for the first time ever our numbers prior to COVID, which I hate to be using COVID as a point of reference, but it's when we had our peak of season, our operational pretty much fully organized. So with that being said, I would like to introduce Gia Barsaga, which I believe he's online right now. Thank you for your time.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Hope you guys can hear me. Not too good with the Zoom stuff. All right, so good evening, Mayor and Council. GM Barzaga, 900 East 56th Street, Parks and Community Engagement Supervisor. Obviously, you guys have the slides in front of you, so I'll try to be brief and not harp on each one of these bullet points. I know I'm sure at some point we'll be open for questions, but we really wanted to cover when it comes to programming is that, like Willie stated when he opened up, for the first time since we took over, we're back to our programming. When I became the programming supervisor, so about maybe 10 to 11 actually fully functioning programs within Parks and Recreation. We've worked really hard to expand opportunities. Families now have access to new activities, which we instilled this year, which were Chess for Kids, Parent and Me Art, and Young Archers Club. Teens and parents can bond through tandem art, which is something that we really wanted to bring because we were doing sports very well, but we really wanted to bring that cultural side and get the entire family involved at our parks. And now with the addition of our adult leagues, I'm proud to say that it's not just kids using our parks. We have adult softball, adult baseball, flag football, and kickball, which obviously give residents a chance to stay active and keep in touch with our parks once they graduate from our rec programs. So now whether you're 5 or 55, there's obviously something new for you within our programming. One of the things that we've been able to really harp on is kind of just getting creative and finding partnerships. With that being said, we were able to partner with the Latin Grammys Cultural Foundation, which allowed us to bring on board with our cultural program Latin percussion and piano classes. And that included a donation and the revitalization of a music room at Goodlet Cultural Center, which obviously opened the doors for kids to be able to do low-cost classes, obviously for our residents. On the sports side, we've reached agreements with 3 youth soccer organizations to be able to bring recreational and competitive soccer. So instead of renting out our facilities and privatizing them, we're opening an opportunity to work with professionals in the field of soccer that could help us provide a recreational league at a low cost for our residents. We've also expanded our camps, including to STEM camps, swim instruction, adventure, and dance, obviously all designed to give families more choices and more access during the summer. And then lastly, some of our programming highlights this year. EPI has grown. For those of you that are not familiar with the program, it's our Early Prevention and Intervention program, which offers members from our community from 13 to 17 an opportunity to participate as volunteers in our facilities. We've had over 100 volunteers this year, which have donated over 2,000 hours to the city, whether that be assisting with sports coaching or just being part of a mentorship program at the park, working alongside our staff. On the athletic side, participation continues to surge. Basketball grew from 528 participants in 2024 to 680 in 2025. That officially makes us the largest recreational basketball league in the Tri-County area, especially at our cost. Closest league to us is $220. We charge $65, which again, it's something to be proud of that we've been able to double our numbers and keep our prices low. With tackle football, we've doubled our registration with cheer and flag. And we were also able to introduce new programs for 3-on-3 basketball and recreational flag this, for the first time since 2013. With that being said, we've also wanted to make it a point that although a facility might not have a team, we wanted to make sure that the registration was available at all 15 facilities and transportation being available as well. So one of the things that we were able to work out with staff this year is that if you wanted to come and register at a park, even if that park did not have a team registered, we were going to offer you transportation to wherever the site took place. And then lastly, our partnership with the Miami Marlins Youth Academy. We continue to, strengthen our baseball programming, which has given a great opportunity for kids to be hands-on with professional level resources. Obviously, at the end of the day, these programs are not about numbers. They're an opportunity for growth and obviously for community pride. And although that we're not really at the finish line with our programming, we've gone from having 12 programs when we came in to now 54. And obviously, it's a work in progress, but we're striving to get there. And I know that there's a lot of room for improvement, but we continue to receive feedback from our residents and continue to add programming to our catalog.
Hi, good evening. Sharon Disick, Education Division Director for the City of Hialeah Education and Community Services Division under the PACE Department. So the first slide under the Education Division, shows about our highlights. The Education Division served more than 1,400 participants throughout our youth, special populations and senior programming. We had more of a family-focused activities. That's what our department kind of focuses on. So we have free nutrition, literacy, and we've also established new partnerships this year with the University of Florida's Books and Cooks. So that's actually a program that we had at a couple of our facilities that gave free books to the participants in that program through New Worlds Reading. And then the families were able to come together and have cooking classes where the kids and the parents cook together. And then at the end of the program, they received a stipend for free groceries for so many weeks. We established a new partnership with the Books for Free program, which is actually through the Miami-Dade Book Fair program through Miami-Dade College, where we had 4 sites receive bookshelves with free books that anyone at the park can come and take home, and they refill them, whenever needs. So that's great in promoting literacy. And then we had also continued our new free nutrition program for elementary students through the University of Florida IFAS extension program. And that's at all of our elementary sites, both after school and summertime. So next slide. So we have 3 main divisions where we kind of focus, which is after school and summer camps. So we're going to talk about the first one, which is that. So with $1.3 million in Children's Trust funding this past year and $584,000 through the Florida Department of Education NIDA M. Lowy 21st Century program, we were able to provide after school and summer camp programming at a very low cost to the residents of the city. Some of them are very small fee, while our teen programs are completely free. Through our partner schools, which is at Filer Hialeah Middle School and at City of Hialeah Educational Academy. We also offer Children's Trust programming at Jose Marti Middle School, and we're also at 6 locations within the city in our parks. So in the after-school program, we provide free snacks. And then in summertime, we do free snacks and lunches, along with all of our academic tutoring and our enrichment programming that we offer both in after school and summertime. We also offer holiday camps. So fall mini camp, we have winter camp, spring break camp, and we also offer services to the residents for teacher planning days like today, where they're able to come and have their kids taken care of for, from 8 to 6 at a super low cost for residents. Next slide. And then our last focus is our special populations and our senior programs. So we continue to invest in our senior citizens and our residents with special needs. This past year, we had $174,000 in CDBG funding that was able to provide programming for seniors and for our teens and special populations. We also had received $8,000 in senior sponsorships. And also through the Mayor's Gala, we were able to received $290,000 with a Special Olympics focus. So to be able to get them training, equipment, and everything that they needed to put their best foot forward to Special Olympics. Okay. The seniors just received 2 brand new buses. So they're able to come to the facilities in a comfortable way. Our buses were very, very old. So we thank you all for the approval of that through our capital outlay. And we are getting ready to start the renovation of Edgar J. Hall. It's actually underway, so we can't wait for that to come to fruition with all the renovations through Edgar J. Hall. And I'll give it back to Steve.
All right, I'm back. Okay, so just to go over some general park improvements, our commitment to safe and modern and attractive facilities is reflected in a wide range of park improvements completed citywide. So You have there a list of just some of the our park improvements. I want to point out at Babcock Park, we upgraded LED field lighting and court lighting. So that is reflected on field 4, 5, 6, and 7, and our basketball courts, tennis courts, and pool area. We also installed automatic umpire assist machines on 2 of our fields. We are actually one of the first public agencies to have that sort of capability, which is really cool. We also added a new mini soccer pitch to the north side of that facility. At Bright Park, we now feature a brand new playground, new roof, and updated indoor lighting fixtures. At Buggy Dam Park, you all know, we renovated the gymnasium and installed new parking lot lighting. At Goodlip Park, we replaced the dance room floor, created a new Latin music room, and added LED field lighting to that facility as well. At Mylander Park, we received new security camera systems, which hopefully is in our plans to kind of expand that capability to other facilities as well, increase our security efforts there. And while at Oakland Park and Southeast Park underwent exterior and interior painting of the facilities to upgrade the look and feel of those sites. Across the city, we repaired irrigation systems and purchased an automatic field painter to assist us with alleviating on staff costs and all that. HE's projects enhances basically the safety, accessibility, and overall appearance of our facilities. Next slide, please. A little bit about our emergency park improvements and operations. This slide basically highlights critical emergency improvements that we actually have either completed or are currently underway, and operational responses carried out by our Parks Division over the past year. So our top priorities are always the safety and usability of our parks, especially when unexpected issues arise. So during this period, we addressed several urgent projects across the city. Most recently, that are currently underway now, is at Wild Park and KC Park. We've had a few uneven paver areas that have become hazardous to a lot of people that utilize our parks to walk and run. So that's being taken care of as we speak. At Bus Stop Park, we have completed a full renovation and roof replacement of that area there to kind of help us with the weather and beautify that area. Lighting repairs were performed at multiple sites to improve nighttime visibility and security, ensuring that residents are safe while they're out there at our facilities. Our team also plays a vital role in hurricane preparedness and recovery. Each year, staff assists with sandbag distribution, securing of equipment, you name it, clearing of debris, protecting park users from surrounding neighborhood debris, that sort of thing. So we work closely with the Office of Emergency Management, with fire, police, just to make sure that we're hands-on in our role to recovery during emergency circumstances. Next slide, please. And the next one, our department is equally committed to sustainability, environmental stewardship. Over the past 3 years, we've planted more than 550 trees and plants across city parks. These new plantings provide shade for visitors, beautifies public spaces, and creates natural habitats for wildlife and pollinators. So we're really proud of that. This initiative is an important step in making Hialeah's parks more resilient, environmentally friendly, and enjoyable for generations to come. Our most recent project, which is still ongoing now, is at Artman Park over by Palm Lakes Park, which we're installing 97 trees. So we're super proud of that. This initiative is an important step in making Hialeah's parks, more resilient, and we're happy to be a part of the reforestation project. I know that I believe 8% in terms of the percentage of tree canopy, with our goal to eventually be a 30% tree canopy. So, and with that, I'll turn it over to Miss Irene Pons.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Irene Pons. I am the Finance Business Manager for Parks and Community Engagement, 900 East 56th Street. I want to go ahead and talk about the capital projects. We have about 14 capital projects that we are scheduling to start on 2026. We also have a few more that will be starting in the coming years, 2027, 28, and so on until 2029. We had to exclude two of those capital projects, such as McDonald Park Playground and Wild Park Playground as well, since we had to postpone those for future dates. Okay, so right now we're just going to focus on those that are going to be funded by impact fees. One of the projects that are one of the more important ones is the CCTV camera program project. This is very important for the community since it's going to improve the safety for our residents. This is a very much needed project, and we're planning to start in 2026, but it might take 4 years to be completed. We also have a few projects related to LED sports lighting. This is going to enhance our fields, and it's going to save energy. So this is going to be a cost saving for the city, which is very important as well. And also we have the Southeast Park playground replacement. This one is really good because it's fully funded by a grant. So we got the good news yesterday, as a matter of fact, and then Kavun confirmed they are going to fully cover the cost. So this is not going to have any impact in our budget, which is great. Next slide, please. Okay, this capital project is one of my favorites. This is going to change the way we see parks. This is going to be the future. We are blessed to have FIU as a partner. They are facilitating and addressing the landscaping design, the accessibility, and they also provided us with two models that we're going to choose from. We think this park is going to be it's going to have high visit from the residents, since it's going to be new and it's going to have a lot of fun and new amenities to be used for our residents. This park is going to be funded by impact fees, and we're going to have $200,000 matching grant for the state. Next slide, please. Lastly, I want to talk a little bit about our financial performance. We have a total of operating expenses about 16 million, and we only generate close to $1 million in revenue. So we try to provide the best service we can with what we have in our budget. I also want to add that we have added a new method of payment for the residents to be able to book or reserve any field or pavilion, banquet hall, etc. online. They can just log in through the username and password, and then just go ahead and book any facility and then pay with credit cards. This is not only very convenient for the users, but also for the city. There's going to be more transparency. We're going to be able to track each transaction and revenue that we collect from the rentals. Thank you. Now I'm going to pass it back to Stephen.
1 second, through the chair.
Yes.
I read, so the total revenue generated, is this for all the parks?
Correct.
Yeah, and then how does it, can you give me some other examples of how it generates revenue?
Okay, so we rent our facilities, our fields, banquet halls, pavilions, the entrance to the pools.
So what about like the lease agreements, like with fields, or is that part of this revenue as well?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then is MyLander also considered part of this or no?
When we rent the field, yes, for sure. It's
Well, I'm
included.
talking about the building.
Special events?
Is the, it's not part of this revenue?
No.
Okay, got it. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair. So far, fantastic, presentation that you've put forth. But just to jump on what, Councilman Tundido was asking, do we have some kind of data, doesn't have to be for now, but in the future, just to have an idea of our, like, rec centers, how that turnover is going for rental? I think we're only renting right now Goodlet and Victor Wild, but I know that Bucky Dent was getting like a facelift to start renting, that location.
Right. Sorry.
Just to see the source of income that those two locations have put forth and to see if maybe we should be investing more in the rec rooms as possibilities for rental for the community, no?
Sure, yes. We do have that data. Typically, when we receive any rental inquiries, it goes through our online software, which we're able to track data in and out of there. As far as revenue is concerned, we also track revenue with as far as our recreational programming as well, because we do registration through that same software. So anything from field rentals to banquet halls to stadiums to theaters, dance rooms, those sort of things that are rentable assets, we do track that and have basically we can run reports that
Okay. You can isolate that?
Sure.
I'd
Yeah.
be interested in seeing that data, please.
Sure.
Because I mean, the cost really isn't, we just rent the location and then there's like a cleaning fee and we have someone there, a staff
Right.
at that,
There are-
blocked out, rental period. But I think that I just want to see the turnaround of having those open maybe throughout the city,
Right.
Okay,
Sure.
thank you.
All right, next slide, please. Okay, so real quick, just a department snapshot on kind of our performance and goals. This slide provides a quick overview of what our department stands today and where we're headed in the coming year. From a programming perspective, we're seeing steady growth across every division. By January of next year, we're projected to offer more than 30 youth programs, over 10 adult programs, at least 20 senior programs, and more than 10 dedicated special needs programs. So this reflects our commitment to serving our residents of all ages and abilities, right? It's and ensuring that every member of our community can find activities that fits their interests and their needs. So looking ahead, our goals remain really clear. Expanding on programming for youth, adults, seniors, and those of the special population, continuing to pursue grants and sponsorships to offset costs and continue to increase revenue, and maintain the highest standards of safety, accessibility, and environmental sustainability across every park and facility. In short, the snapshot basically shows that the department is not only performing strongly today, but it is also well positioned to grow and innovate in the years ahead. Next slide. And then this data is from our Placer AI software. This slide basically highlights key data on how our community is using our parks. So far this fiscal year, our parks have welcomed an impressive 2.3 million visitors. The average is roughly 164,000 per location, showing just how heavily our spaces are used by our residents. It also shows, kind of our peak hours, which are typically middle of the week, about 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. It shows our busiest days being typically Wednesdays and Thursdays. And it also helps us identify the most popular parks based on total visits. So you'll see the list there in front of you there with our top 3 being Goodlet, Bucky Dent, and Walker Community Center. So all this information is collected using, like I said, the Placer AI software. It's a powerful data tool that measures, usage of our parks and those visits. And by using this technology, we can better understand community, patterns and plan programming and staff around those needs. So with that, I'll pass it back over to Willie so he can close us up. Thank you all for your time.
Hold on one second, Steve,
Oh,
through the
sure.
chair.
Yes.
Just walk me through this data real quick. Is this,
Go back to the next slide.
these visits, is it an annual data? Is it weekly?
Yeah, this is an annual report for this fiscal year. I think it was run, if I'm not mistaken, early August. So it's not throughout the complete fiscal year, but throughout the fiscal year, yes.
Right. So there's more engagement during the week.
Yes.
Would you attribute that to like the programming that we do versus lesser programming over the weekend?
I think it'd be various factors. Typically, people are doing other things on weekends other than, going to parks. But we do more of our programming is on the weekdays. With the expansion of our programming that we've seen of late, we've tried to target weekends, typically for adult sports, to be quite honest, because that's usually when they're able to play. So, you're talking Saturday and Sunday leagues that they're usually at our parks. But usually the youth programming is more heavily used throughout the week. Yeah.
During the week.
Mhm.
And Steven, I mean, just like, I guess at face value, like, how, if you're looking at this, right, and you see that Goodlit is ranked #1 in visits, right, at 523,000, like,
It's
why-
all the pickleballers, man. It's
is pickleball, you
Yeah.
would say that? No, yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I wanted to know, more or less, like, do you have like an idea at face value
well,
why these
yeah.
rank the way they are?
We can probably narrow it down a little bit more. I know that the Placer AI software usually encompasses the entire campus, so it doesn't necessarily pinpoint exactly, but we can work on getting those figures.
So once the pickleball courts open up in the dog park,
Yeah, it boomed. It kind of was just a boom.
it's amazing.
Yeah, like, it'd be good to like understand, why is it that Goodlit is, ranked at 523,000 versus Roberto Casas at 120? Like, what does
Right.
one have that the other one doesn't, right? And I think you mentioned a few, right? But
Yeah.
to get
Yeah,
that,
I mean, there's way more amenities at a park like Goodlit. I mean,
Right.
our walking track at the back of the facility is always being used for fitness, by residents on their own. We have, a field renter that's there usually more often than not throughout the week. Our pickleball, like we said, is always popping. We have our Goodlit theater and the performing arts classes that go on there. So vast majority of our programming happens at specific sites. We're trying to target now the outliers, right? The Southeast parks, the smaller venues that we can kind of throw some more programming into those.
right?
Yeah.
Because you would think, right, like, naturally, density would enable certain parks to become more popular, right?
Right.
So, like, I mean, but then it's not true, because I would say Victor Wild Park probably is surrounded by the greatest density, but doesn't have the highest,
Yeah.
right, number of
Right.
visits. Okay, all right, thank you, brother.
Yep, you're welcome.
Yeah.
So thank you, everybody. Like I said, we've been very, very busy. As we look ahead, the plan is to stay busy, right? We haven't stopped. We won't stop. I like to work fast. Today I spent 2 hours on the road. It seems like we have projects in every park. From painting in Southeast, Wild is coming up soon. The fire station is going to be redone too there. So we have projects across the whole city. And it's exciting for me to see it. I was a park kid. I worked originally in Hialeah for 24 years, 12 of them in the parks and then 12 in management. And then I've been back for almost 4 years now. We're passionate about what we do here, and we're dedicated. As you see the team, you can feel their passion, right? But I also want to thank everybody, everybody on the dais. The things you have seen, it's not possible without your support. I also want to thank every department head that's behind me and the one across the way. Without their support, what we've seen, it cannot be done. I'm a believer that you're as good as the team around you. We have an amazing team across the city, and I'm grateful. I'm thankful to God to give me this opportunity to come back to Hialeah to do what we're doing. And for me, it's a labor of love. That's how I treat everybody with love. And we're excited to continue the mission, the mission to make Hialeah Parks the standard across the nation. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Willie, I just wanted to say, thank you so much for this detailed presentation. It was excellent. I think it brings a lot of light to just entirely all the programs. I have a couple questions.
Yes, ma'am.
At first, I did want to say this org chart, fabulous. I love that it's on all the departments, but I'll touch base on that later. For camps, how did summer camps go this year? I will tell you, I got several phone calls, right, saying there was waiting lists, which I think is a great thing.
It's amazing.
Stephen and Gian were great resources for that.
Yeah.
Do we have plans for that for 2026? What?
We do. I have a task. Sharon is the one that created the one at Mylander. She's an expert. and camps. I've tasked her already to see how we can open the rest of the parks up, right? Things have changed. People don't want to drop their kids off. And, I have 2 young girls. There's no way I'm leaving my girls alone unsupervised. That's not happening. Even when they're supervised, I'm out there, or if I'm out there, my wife is, right? So parents want the safety, the safety that camps provide, check in, check out. And I don't know if Sharon, you want to come up here and just elaborate some of the ideas that you're coming up with. But we're blessed to have Sharon. Like I said, she's an expert in camps. And before I continue, I just want to thank Steve, the presentation. We all been working in administration over the past 2 weeks. This week in particular, he was on duty all weekend. I was bothering him during the Colts game because we were getting feedback and we wanted to make sure. And by the way, this could be much bigger. There's so many things happening in our parks and throughout the city. But Sharon?
Okay, so for summer camps, yeah, we were full.
Which is great.
Obviously, our elementary school camps is offered for $35 per person, which compared to like YMCA is 140. Charter schools, they're charging, $145, $150 per week. We charge $35 per week in our elementary school programs. We have 300 slots and we end up over registering by like 25 kids. So we have 325 kids enrolled in just our elementary school camps alone. Then we have our teen programs, which are for like the YLC program is funded through the grant. We can't charge for that. It's a completely free program. And their numbers for summer is 70. So we actually over enrolled to like 80 where it was completely full. We hold that camp at Cohia completely free and we're able to utilize their space. We had our Step Ahead program, which is our 100% teen program, completely full, 50 students were enrolled. That program is just a $50 registration and they get I think it's 7 weeks of programming. In addition to those are my camps, we also opened the sports camp at Mylander. This was our second year for that camp, but that one is registered by week. So like some weeks it was 50 kids, some weeks it was 45 kids, some weeks it was 42 kids, but they had a very good average and the participants maintained coming to that camp. So there were options. We did have an RFP that was put out to allow outside companies to come in and provide summer camps at parks that we were unable to fill. So our first intention when we had applied for the Children's Trust grant was to have summer camps at every single park. Due to the funding through the Children's Trust, they had to limit that. So even though we couldn't do it at all 10, like at 10 parks, we still had to do 300 kids. So we had to still serve, but we couldn't serve at all the facilities that we wanted to. So that's why we looked into the RFP process just to give parents options of different types of camps. So we had like the YMCA had their adventure camp, dance camp. We had like a swim camp that was also put out. The thing with those camps is that they're not in our price range, right?
Right,
So
which is
they
probably why
really-
they wanted the lower
Right.
cost.
So they didn't really work. So our plan this coming 2026 summer is for us to create our own camps.
Awesome.
And implement them at locations that my summer camps are not at. In areas where maybe parents are looking to have camps. And then we'll do like a STEM camp or it's in the design process. I know that we have a STEM camp for sure. And then we're looking to see which other ones. So we'll probably be like reaching out to parents, surveying them, seeing what they're kind of wanting. And then I'll design camps around them.
Awesome.
For that.
I think that was a good problem, right? That we have so many people wanting to attend our camps. So just wanted to make sure, because I know they weren't in all parks, but if we can extend it to other parks, I mean, I think that's a great,
We're working on it.
yeah.
Yeah, and it'll also be at a similar price point as the sports camp. Sports camps was $50 a week. And it, like I said, it was pretty much full. So
That's
yeah,
great.
that price point.
Thank you. Thank you. I have another question. So I get a lot of questions about Filer Park, right? I know,
It's
Back
on,
in the
it's
day,
on,
the HHA, and I see it's here, Filer Park
Yes.
renovations. Can you talk a little bit about what's going on at Filer Parks?
so it's been a long process, 2.5 years. Alex Mauricio and I, and the rest of the team, administration team, we've been on it. I think we're very close. We submitted our investment. That's what the school board wanted. Verbally, they have committed the park back to us. So it's just a matter now to finalize the agreement.
Are we bringing baseball back there?
There's going to be a lot of different options there. Yeah, but baseball is one of them.
Okay.
God willing, yeah.
I know that was a huge,
Yes, ma'am. And we have some big news coming soon, God willing. And I can't go into details about it, but from my perspective, I've been, one of my roles in the city was a sponsorship coordinator. This partnership that we're going to announce, God willing, very soon, is going to, it's probably, if not the biggest partnership the city ever had.
okay. that's-
So we're excited to share that too soon.
Okay, 2 more questions, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Mylander Park, I see that we're putting 1.5, right, into the enhancements of this. I know you said last meeting that we did a survey with,
An assessment. It's
Okay.
in the process now.
have we gotten back that Mylander is like a top priority and just,
No, we haven't got anything yet.
we haven't gotten it back?
We're probably, we spoke to them last week, maybe 7 weeks out to get the report. But that could change. And so we have that money allocated that when the report comes back from the engineers and we consult George Martinez, who's the lead, our construction director, then we'll bring it. They're going to come back and present to council and mayor. They're coming physically here to present. Once they provide that report, we can master plan all the pools.
Okay.
And what's the priority and what's
What's-
the needs, right? We're blessed. We have a construction director who's an engineer and he understands a little bit of it. He knows what's wrong, but we need a firm to come in and really guide us, right, in the process, just like we're doing with the parks with FIU.
Okay. And lastly, the new booking system. Does this system allow any type of priority for residents over like a private entity that's trying to book? And I say this because last week specifically, and let me see, where is it that we host the Marlins?
Babcock.
Babcock, right. My understanding is, well, I had a resident call that they were trying to reserve a field, but that the fields are completely full. Is it because of the Marlins or do we leave a field open for residents?
Well, the Miami Marlins is a city-run program, and I think that's kind of where the disconnect is with a lot of the renters that typically use that facility. Is they feel as if the Marlins are a private entity just providing services that aren't associated with us. So we've tried to communicate that to them on several occasions, but it's because they're providing a city program, they have first priority in terms of field use. What we'll do at that point is we do reserve at least one field to remain open to the public, as we do with courts and multi-purpose fields. And then at that point, the renters kind of come into fray. And in terms of resident, non-resident, with regards to renters, the residents have more priority, obviously, than non-residents. It's already predetermined in our system that if you're a non-resident, you're unable to book as close as if you were a resident in terms of time frame, if that makes sense.
Okay, so residents have a
shorter window,
Okay.
right, to book a reservation. Yeah.
versus
Yeah.
shorter or longer? A resident has more time.
More time, correct.
time, okay,
Yes.
got it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Wait, I got one question for you.
Yes, sir.
Good Lit Track, how we doing with that?
We are, it's going to come to council soon. We're going to redo it. It's a big project, but it's coming soon, God willing. Yeah. Yeah, we're excited. And the lights, I know Steve mentioned it at Goodlet Park. The lights are right now for Goodlet Park are in the manufacturing stage. We should have them in the ground maybe in November. They'll be here to start the installation, but Goodlet's going to look completely different at night. We'll have the adequate, the lights that we need there throughout. And also the mini pictures will be redone as well
Got it.
back there.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the support. And we're here to serve, okay?
Thank you. All right, next item, please.
Mayor Garcia Robles and the city council members presented proclamation to Miami-Dade County Hispanic Affairs Advisory Board during Hispanic Heritage Month.
This was a request from Councilwoman Monica Perez, so I'll give her the floor so she could speak on it.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair. So we know that September 15th to October 15th is Hispanic Heritage Month. And this is an advisory board that serves here in Miami-Dade County and deals with Hispanic affairs issues. They represent our community well. Their efforts advance the diverseness in our community. And I wanted to highlight this partnership. I wanted to highlight the members. I know that right now on the board sit 2 members from District 13 that was assigned from our Commissioner and Senator Rene Garcia. And the board is made up of many members. I believe one of the members also is Carla, who is helping in the initiative with bringing FIFA and different topics that relate to that. And we're going to see how Hialeah could discuss ways that we could highlight this opportunity with, you know, all the different world cultures that are going to be immersed here in Miami-Dade County. We're very proud of this board. We're very proud of the efforts that you have led in our community, engaging these conversations, embracing all Hispanics, not just sticking to one culture, because we're a big melting pot of different arrays and different flavors. So this board then recommends and approves different legislation to the County Commission Board on topics that are important of need. And we're seeing a lot of different issues coming up now with different countries, with a lot of changes that have happened in our border. And I know that I'm interested in, you know, having a dialogue with you and seeing how we could better serve our community and bring resources and allow people not to fear, allow people to feel that we're embracing them and helping them through the process of citizenship. And today we have Cresel Marino that's here. We also have Armando, right, that's here. I know that Barbara wanted to come and I know Carla wanted to come, but they couldn't be here. But I wanted to highlight this board. I wanted to highlight the members and let you know that Hialeah is always an open door. We're here to serve our community, whatever culture you are. We would love to sit down and have conversations with you. So congratulations to this advisory board for effortlessly serving our community. Thank you.
So So we're proclaiming September 15th through October 15th Hispanic Heritage Month. So it's from the 15th to the 15th.
We'll go down. Would you like to come up to the microphone? Go ahead. You could go up to the microphone, say your name and your address and speak. I think it's on. No? Press the button on the bottom.
Good evening. My name is Karen Diaz-Granado, second vice chair of the Hispanic Affairs Advisory Board. Address is 3511 Southwest 7th Street, Miami, Florida 33135. I'm here present with our program director and other 2 members of our board. We're very grateful for this beautiful proclamation we're receiving from City of Hialeah. We're very honored by this, and our commitment to continue providing services and being advocates to the community is still on. I also would like to announce we have upcoming in the month of October 3 additional events that we would like to invite all members and the city. One coming up on the 5th at Country Village Park, and that's sponsored by Commissioner Oliver. The second one, it's going to be here in Hialeah, so all of you must be here. It's going to be at Mylander Center, and that is for small businesses to have an opportunity to learn how to do business with the county. Lastly, we have a book fair called Mi Libro Hispano, Westchester Library, sponsored by Chairman Rodriguez, and that is on the 11th.
Yes, let's go down and take a picture of that.
So, wait, let me finish some questions. Ready?
First registered speaker, Luis Suarez, on behalf of Cohia.
Everybody? So I ask everybody, please, under comments and questions, to please keep it to your time allotted, 3 minutes. We're gonna be pretty strict this time around. Everyone, please, in comments and questions, 3 minutes. Thank you. How you doing? Welcome. Name and address, please.
Good evening, council. My name is Luis Suarez. My address is 3355 West 68th Street, Hialeah, Florida, 33018. Good evening. My name, you guys know it already, Luis Suarez. I'm a proud resident of the city of Hialeah. I also have the privilege of working at Cohia as a physical education teacher. I want to express my strong support for the Cohia item. This school has had such a positive impact on our community, and with great facilities and programming, even more students will be able to benefit. Cohia is especially meaningful to me and my family. Each day I witness firsthand how our students grow, not only academically, but in character, discipline, and confidence. It's inspiring to be part of a team that motivates young people to reach their full potential. I look forward to that day when my own children, 2 of them at that, are ready for middle school and high school, because I know without a doubt that Cohia will be the place where they can thrive academically, socially, and personally. Now, there's a small quote in the next piece that many residents from Hialeah will understand when I say, deberíamos tener la oportunidad a progresar nosotros también junto a la ciudad que progresa. Thank you to the council for your partnership and continued support on this wonderful school, which truly represents the best of Hialeah's spirit and dedication for our children's futures. Thank you guys so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jeanette Capote.
Good evening, Council. My name is Gina Capote. My address is 7597 West 32nd Court, Hialeah. I am a proud Hialeah resident, a mother of 3 kids. One already graduated from Cohia and the other 2 in junior and senior year. Cohia has already proven to be a tremendous asset to our city, and this measure will allow it to continue serving even more families with excellent programs and opportunities. I want to sincerely thank the council for standing with our community and supporting the future of education of Hialeah.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Marilyn Horta Ore.
How you doing?
Hi, Marilyn Orta Orde, 17950 Northwest 90th Place, Hialeah 33018. Having lived in Hialeah for almost 30 years and quickly returning within the year when I moved away, I can say that I'm a proud resident of the city of Hialeah. You can take the girl out of Hialeah, but you cannot take Hialeah out of the girl. I'm here this evening to express my support for Cohia, which has already proven to be an invaluable institution within our community, offering outstanding educational programs and creating meaningful opportunities for students and families. Wow, I'm so nervous. Whew. I went to school in Hialeah from Ben Shepherd to Jose Marti, yes, with Tundi, and then Barbara Goldman, which I know isn't technically Hialeah, but it was my home school as a Hialeah resident. I've also been an educator for almost 15 years, having worked at various schools. All this to say that there's no place like Hialeah, there's no place like Cohia, because there's no place like home.
You're good, you're good, you're good.
You're doing great.
This measure represents an investment in the continued success. Sorry. Of our youth and the future of our city, when many of our students end up working as part of the fire and police department. I respectfully urge the council to continue supporting initiatives that strengthen education in Hialeah by supporting this measure. Once a bulldog, always a bulldog. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Niobes and Ducks.
Wow, how do I follow
You
that?
can't.
I can't. I won't. I won't even try. Niobe Sandak, 7335 Northwest 169 Terrace. And I too am a proud Cohia teacher. And I've been a resident of Hialeah since 1970. Yes, I'm a Hialeah girl too, Mo. I'm here to
back.
voice my strong support for this measure. Cohia has always made a meaningful difference in the lives of our students and families across our community. This measure is a vital investment in the future of our youth and our city. Thank you for your continued support of education in Hialeah.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Justa Ozzy.
Hi, good evening. Justa, she would like to show the video.
Gotcha.
The city of Chicago leased their 36,000 parking meters to a consortium of companies that included Morgan Stanley.
The mayor pushed the bill through city council with very little time to review, so there's almost no oversight.
They received a $1.2 billion payment up front.
And for that money, they've given up the revenue for parking meters for 75 years. Traditions of people who have no control.
Yeah, can you show the video?
To basically regulate traffic. So necessarily more people typically are part of our college, so we have a certain turnover. And the two gyms.
Yeah, I think it's not fair, we're not able to see the video. I think you should show the video.
Ozzy, we're seeing the video.
Yeah, I think it's fair for everybody to see the video. It's not being shown on television. Please show it in the screen thank you.
Stop the video, please. Can we see it up there? No.
You see it online?
Gotcha. Ozzy, so we have difficulty. Can we continue seeing the video?
Yeah, the video is important because the video shows privatization. When we privatize something, it's not fair to the residents because when it becomes profit motive, right? Everything's for profit. I know the Parks and Recreation, they talked about all these programs, but they were privatized programs, and it was a clear indication that privatization does not work for the residents. It's for profit. I want to talk about, go ahead, but go ahead, you could, and I don't want to take
I
up.
apologize about that. I'll try to get it fixed next time, Ozzy.
Okay.
I didn't know that. Thank you. Can you continue playing the video then? Is that what you're saying?
Oh,
Contains contract provisions that guarantee profits for the consortium. There's these things called non-compete clauses and compensation clauses.
There are provisions that prevent from competing with the privatized asset.
Now, if Chicago wants to have a parade, you can pay that firm.
Next speaker, Jose Ozzy.
I want to show up past the contract between the Miami-Dade County School.
Am I gonna engage? Thank you. Go ahead and go. Go.
Jose Ozzy, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I want to touch on the video the Parks and Recreation said. When we privatized our parks, we never used to take credit for the private programs. Like we never took credit for the Optimist or things that were not of ours. Now we're taking credit for these things that we've privatized. But so this contract is going to privatize Slade Park. There's nothing different. Like we've always had Hialeah High, all the schools. This is a contract that I showed you with Miami-Dade County Schools. We have, the school uses it till the school hours are over, and then we have it till the park closes. And then on the weekends, we have it, right? So right now, if you go to Slade Park, contrary to that program, right, you go to Slade Park right now, you ask them, what do you have for me? What do the residents have? The answer is nothing. We have no programs for you at Slade Park right now. Just like I grew up at Southeast Park, right? I go to Southeast Park and I ask, what programs do you have for the residents here? The answer right now, they will tell you none. There's a tennis academy having tennis for the kids from Doral. The soccer fields are used from people from Brickell in the city of Miami. So right now you go to Slade Park, there are no programs for the residents of Slade Park, but the fields are being rented out from baseball teams from Miami Lakes and city of Miami because we have no baseball league, right? It's all gone to what makes more money. Like we have now 3 soccer academies but I want to touch on Slade Park. So we have many schools we have partnerships with all the schools, right? But Slade is a little different. This privatization of Slade Park, we're only going to have access to the gymnasium Wednesdays and Fridays from 5:30 to 9:30. And they want the park until 5:30 p.m., right? Slade Park, where we have a lot of agreements with Miami-Dade schools because they let us use the parks, but it's after school and all day the weekends. So I asked you not to approve this lease that we're gonna do because it's very detailed. Like we gotta pay for the phase 4, we're paying for, this is 70 pages. Phase 4, we're gonna pay for it. The lights, we're gonna pay for it. But nowhere in this lease does it say when the city could use the residents. So in the future, let's say we have a new mayor, right? The Cohia doesn't like the mayor, so they're gonna use this contract like you cannot use Slade Park. Why? Because it's in the contract. But in the resolution, if you read the resolution for 3 years, they're gonna let the city use the gym Wednesdays and Fridays from 5:30 to 9:30. How convenient, right? And the other parks, like if you're gonna take them 4 years to do the pickleball courts, so I ask you to let Slade Park, just like we do with Hialeah High, Hialeah Middle, all the schools, because we use many of our parks that are school property than our property. They're very strict on when is their property, when is their property. Slade Park should not take over that park because we've been paying taxes for 50 years for Slade Park to privatize it and not let us use it. So please read that contract real carefully and make them put when we can use the park because legally you're not going to be able to use Slade Park. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Ana Mari Carranza.
I'm short, even with heels.
Welcome.
Ana Maria Carranza, address is 7679 Northwest 179th Street, Hialeah 33015. All right, so I am a proud parent of a Cohia student. She's been there since sixth grade. We chose to do Cohia because it's a great school, very family oriented, and they really build up the kids, right? They are our future and they really make it a point of that. I want to say thank you so much for your continuous support in doing and supporting this initiative with the school. I think that I was very impressed with the park presentation. And I could see how much of this initiative is going to give back to Slade Park, which is right now doesn't have a lot. And it's going to really just put it above and beyond. So I want to say thank you so much for each and every one of you guys for supporting this. I know that it's been a very long time coming. And I know all of the students are extremely excited about having new facilities and really just thriving and continuing to do the best that they can so that they can be, you know, councilmen and police officers and nurses and everything else, because they really thrive in that environment, right? All the other schools are getting new parking lots, new buildings, new this, new that. And, you know, I think that they really work really hard. Their grades, they're A+ school over and over again. They really do a lot of community service. And I just want to say thank you for each and every one of you for supporting what this great faculty is doing for our kids, because at the end of the day is they're going to replace everybody here. And, you know, what better way than to invest in them now? So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Graciela Carbapsa.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. My name is Graciela Carvajosa, address 2590 West 76th Street, Hialeah, Florida 33016, and I am the proud principal of City of Hialeah Educational Academy. And I have been a proud member of the Bulldog family at City of Hialeah Educational Academy for over 16 years. And as I look around the room, I can't help but think of memories and times when many of the individuals here have been a part of supporting us and continuing the great work that is being done in the walls of my school. Whether it be from your presence at career days, you know, sharing your experiences with our kids, whether it be at graduations, celebrating their milestones, I want to thank all of you guys for always, you know, being there, because together we have built more than just a school. We have built a pillar of strength and hope for the families of Hialeah. These moments send powerful messages to our students that they are valued, that they belong, and that their community is invested in their success. On behalf of the entire Cohia family, I want to say thank you for standing alongside us to open doors and create opportunities for our youth. It is through partnerships like these that we're able to prepare the next generation of leaders, of professionals, and of change makers like yourselves. As we look ahead, I am filled with hope and excitement for what's to come. With your continued support, we will keep building pathways for our students, strengthening the future of education in Hialeah, and ensuring that every child has the tools and opportunities that they deserve. Thank you for your trust, your collaboration, and your unwavering belief in what we can achieve together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Hill.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here as my address is 474 East 13th Street. I am a lifetime Hialeah resident. I am also here as the president of the Miami-Dade Public Education Caucus. I will start with commending our City of Hialeah Parks and Recs. You guys have been a big influence on decades of our students. Many of our students depend on your programs, after-school programs, and things that Parks and Recs has offered and have changed many students' lives. All right, and what brings me here tonight is that I have a concern over Cohia. I want to know why is they're denying our community access to Slate Park. This is a public park funded by taxpayers and should bring us together, not divide us. Many of our students in Hialeah, especially, are home educated. So my concern is these kids depend on many parks like Slade, where they could do their exercise, their science activities, or other things that students that are home educated as part of their curriculum, they benefit from this. So my question is this. Let's not forget that Cohia already benefits from city support and taxpayer dollars. But then they restrict residents from a park that is a public park. And top it off, there doesn't give any time when residents can use the park. So my question to you is, if the community cannot use the park during school hours, when exactly do they have access to it? When can we use the park? Slade Park belongs to the people, as so all the other parks do as well. They belong to our taxpayers. Okay, it is vital for our children, for our seniors, and for our families. Also, our seniors don't benefit from it being open at night. Most seniors find it dangerous to walk outside. And you know this, they like to walk, exercise. It's good for them. So when exactly can you guys give us an idea of when are the times and hours that the public is able to use the park? Thank you for your service.
Next speaker.
Candelaria Medina Infante.
Good evening. My name is Candelaria Medina Infante, 2403 West 76th Street, Unit 103, Hialeah, Florida, 33016. My daughter, Lily Infante, a student for Cohia. Good evening, council. My name is Candelaria Medina Infante, a Hialeah resident and a strong supporter to our Cohia school. This school is a point of pride in our community. And this proposal would allow for our growth and will reach more students with excellent facilities and innovative program for our future. Thank you for your continuous partnership and for your help making Hialeah a place where education thrives.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Anay Viera.
Good. How you doing? Welcome.
Good. I think that what I'm speaking on is incorrect because I am not with Cohia. I'm speaking on the Palm Avenue and 59th Street Daycare Children's Paradise.
Okay.
So can we come back when you guys call that? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
There are no more registered speakers.
Thank you. Next item, please. Next item.
Announcements of amendments and corrections to the agenda. Administrative item 11E has been added to today's agenda. Administrative item 11C is postponed until further notice. Additional backup documentation has been added to zoning items 16D and 16E, documentation which was sent to the city council via email. Zoning item 16E has been corrected to reflect 65 parking spaces are required and not 77. Administrative item 11D is being amended to reflect a proposed $200 rebate, and a copy of the proposed ordinance is on the dais for the city council's review.
Okay. Pleasure of the board. Oh, I'm sorry.
There are none, sir.
Yeah.
Through the chair, Marbelis, is it okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Marbelis, the items that were added, when were those added?
There was one item added, and that was, we received it either yesterday or today.
Okay, so these items are added and,
One item,
okay.
11E.
Now, next item.
Consent agenda.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to pull items E and Z.
D and Z.
E and Z.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have a question. The resolution that pertains to Cohia, do we have to say we want to talk on it or?
Sir?
Because it's coming up after the, they change your order on it. Are we gonna be able to talk on that one?
Yes.
No, the order wasn't changed. It's on the administrative portion
Right,
of the
on
agenda.
11.
We're on consent.
We'll be able to speak on that, right? That
That's
resolution?
to the chair, sir, because that's a resolution, not an ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
That's probably not. Go ahead. Okay, do we have anybody else putting an item? Zogby?
Motion.
Got a motion? Second, take roll, please.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega? Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed except items E and Z.
Okay.
Consent item E, proposed resolution directing the superintendent of solid waste or other designee to set up a reward program as provided in this resolution of up to $500 per case for a person reporting illegal dumping meeting program requirements, and the use of a hotline for members of the general public who provide tips on illegal dumpers that lead to either a civil and/or criminal prosecution and finding of guilt or conviction, providing for an effective date.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions on this. Who has the capacity to respond to this program?
What are your questions?
So how does the program, so you could.
Well, me, the chief, I mean, depends.
So how does the program work? I mean, it's a rewards program. Walk me through it.
Okay, so obviously someone sees something, they see somebody dumping trash illegally in the annex area. They have to have obviously proof that person was dumping it. They have to have their tag number, I don't know, record them. We're planning on putting cameras out there. But in the meantime, they call it in, and if the person does get fined, if there is proof or gets arrested, whatever the case may be, there will be there will be a reward for them up to $500.
Is it up to 500 or is it 500?
It's up to 500.
So what does that mean? How can it vary?
How would they, Chief or you, Rafael? How would it vary?
The council is able to establish at a flat rate, but what we had in mind was that it depended on the severity of the violations. Is someone a repeat offender? Are they a recurring offender? What is the extent of the refuse? So it was not meant to be, it was just, depending on, the difference between someone, let's say, first offense, a few chairs, and someone on a recurring basis throwing out a lot of industrial equipment, that kind of thing.
So is that, and I'm sorry, city attorney, is that listed in the resolution? I haven't.
No, it's not listed in the resolution. It would be left up to the program administrator. But again, we can certainly put in something like depending on the severity or the gravity of the violation, or it can be a flat amount. This was just simply, again, it's the council is free to change it if you wish to.
Okay. And then Mayor, does this program sunset at any point?
I mean, no, not if we pass it, it's not gonna sunset.
Okay. Okay, so anyone that makes a call, so anyone that calls and makes a report, that isn't enough grounds to give them $500.
No.
No,
There has to
no.
be, chief,
Right. It does require that there be either leading to civil or criminal prosecution or a finding of guilt or a conviction. There has to be a case and you have to adduce some evidence. It has to lead to that.
speak on behalf of.
Good evening. George Fuentes, Chief of Police, 5555 East 8th Avenue. The way it would work in regards to the law enforcement side of it is the individual that calls gives information leading to an arrest and conviction of someone that has illegally dumped in our city would then be eligible for that reward that the administration would set up. So we have that you could call Crime Stoppers, advise them of this information. They have your information and you'll be eligible for the reward if we have enough to lead to an arrest and conviction of that individual.
Okay, got it. And then Crime Stoppers is that it's a hotline?
Correct.
But is it within our department?
It's countywide. It's used. So it's 305-471-TIPS.
Okay, got it. And then Chief, I don't know if you got answers, but where would the money come from? The $500?
Well, to start off, Renee donated us $25,000 for the program.
So when that money runs out, where would it come from?
Well, then I guess we would see where else we would be able to bring the money from.
Okay.
For now, the commissioner was the one that handed us a check for $25,000 to be able to get the program started.
Okay, perfect. And then this is only limited to the annex area?
I believe it's the city of Hialeah.
The city of
Township
Hialeah.
Citywide?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you. You want to call it? What?
Actually,
Motion on that?
I want to make a comment about that. It's as far as, the level of severity. We're seeing a lot of trash thrown like never before. So one thing we're talking about, I think we should just go full book for $100 for anything right now. Just my 2 cents.
It's up to the council. It's simply a matter of saying,
What was that? Couldn't hear you.
$500.
Right now, I'm just so tired of the trash everywhere because we don't have a problem. And I would just say, just book them for $100 every time they throw something.
Yeah.
Or that was just a comment.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
So if the person calls in a crime that they see illegal dumping, the person has to be found guilty and arrested to qualify for the fine. It's not just they dump something on the side of someone's swale. It has to be to the severity of a criminal act in order to receive the reward.
It doesn't have to be an arrest. There can be, a fine. They get a ticket for it, they have to pick it up, but they have to have the proof that that person did it, obviously, to be able to catch the person. And then they would get a reward.
Okay. And then as it pertains to the $25,000, all the material, the nuisance that was there in that area, when we cleaned it up that day that we had the conference and we took it to the county dump, did they charge us that day?
They were gonna charge us. We did part of the cleanup. Hialeah Gardens was doing another part. We already got to our limit that they gave us. We are gonna continue, but I know the office of Commissioner Rene Garcia and JC Bermudez, they were helping us with paying for the dumping.
So the 25,000, because I understood that, no.
No, it was
that's
for the Crime
separate.
Stoppers, yes.
So that 25,000 was for this reward program,
Yes.
strictly tied to that.
It was for that. That's what he made the check for.
Okay, so then should we change the up to 500? Because then I think it leads to how would we make a decision? No, okay, you're gonna get 200, or
Well-
we say the first 500 till we reach half of the funds of the 25,000, and then therefore, since the funds then are not as bulky as before, then we do half.
It could be that, I mean, if it leads to an arrest, that person gets 500. If it's just a fine, maybe they get 150, 100. I mean,
But who's to make that decision if we don't put
Well,
it into the speculation of
no,
the?
that's why we got to put it in there. So
Okay.
we would vote on it, I guess, amending it, right?
Yeah, you could amend it on the floor right now, and you just want to be as clear as possible. So it does require that there be either a civil or criminal prosecution or finding of guilt or conviction. So that could be code enforcement, it could be criminal. You can put for example, whatever the council decides, but you can put 250 for a code violation. You could put 500 for a criminal, or you could just leave it at flat 500.
Yeah, so I agree. A flat 500 would be fine. But what about if a police officer sees somebody out there who's giving them a citation or a ticket? Is that?
Okay, so
That's also addressed in there. It's for a city employee to be able to collect the reward, they have to do it during off-duty hours. The idea is not just a certified law enforcement officer, but a code inspector or whoever, that if they witness it during their regular job, they're not supposed to get the reward for that, because it's part of their job duties. It would be like, giving, again, that's policy, but so it requires that it be during their off-duty hours.
Okay, all right. So then the question will be a flat fee of $500. Is that an agreement?
If it's the desire of the council, certainly we can amend it, just say $500, not up
My
to.
desire.
Just,
Through the chair.
Yes.
I have a question. Sometimes an illegal dumping is definitely a serious problem in Hialeah, but sometimes when you see illegal dumping, a lot of times there's Amazon boxes or there's just boxes that have the people's address because they dump it somewhere and it has the address. And I know we've gone after people that way. Would that qualify?
Well, what this program has to do with is let's say a helper, a facilitator, a public spirited resident calling in. That's the whole idea of this program, to be able to incentivize that. So, that's the premise of this program. So, if there's no person calling it in, there's no.
Well, let me say I call it in, right? Somebody dumped a lot of stuff in front of my house or somewhere, and it happens to have 5 boxes of the same address and the same person's name. Right now, if we call that in, my understanding is that that person gets a fine because all the trash leads back to that person. So the question is, will that person get a fine?
no. So
And because I called, would I get a reward?
no, because what happens is you don't know if that person paid someone to go pick up all their trash from their house for them to go and dump it at the dump, but yet they went and they dumped it in front of your house. And it has all of that person's information who paid someone already to go and dump it.
So, right, and it would turn upon the particularities of that case, which we can't just decide on 100% basis, because was there an illegal transport by a shady company that was contracted by a homeowner to remove it, and then that unknown to the homeowner dumped it somewhere as opposed to taking it to the landfill or whatever, or was it that person directly? It turns on those kind of things. The idea of this program is that if there's the program can't predict if there's going to be a conviction or a charge, but if there's a case, that's when you would be eligible for the reward.
If I may, through the chair, are you done? I think I would feel comfortable maybe doing a little bit of research and seeing what other municipalities have. I don't know if to tie the fine to the nuisance that was dumped, whether it's like tires that no one takes, no one wants, and they dump it on the side, that's harder. Maybe tying a higher fee to that, to furniture, to bulkier items, the reward, and then to lesser items, tying the fund to what's being dumped. whether it's hazardous material or oil. I mean, maybe that could be a higher item that we tie the reward to. I also disagree with tying it to a person because, for example, my house, someone hit my trash can and took it 5 blocks down and my trash was all over Hialeah. So that wasn't my fault. So I just think that maybe that could be a little bit sticky. So I don't know. Maybe if we could do a little bit of research before we pass this, and see what other locations have and tie that fee to something, I would feel more comfortable to having an exact number, not leaving it up to someone's discretion. And I don't feel comfortable with awarding, a city employee. I'm constantly
Right.
calling,
That can
the number to report
right.
things, and I think that leads to
Right.
some
That-
speculation. So
That's all policy. Another city that has it, I can tell you that they have a flat 500. The up to 500 was done for the reasons I explained and budgetary reasons. And I think at the time it was written, the seed money wasn't known to us anyway, and so forth. But it can certainly be a flat 500. The idea of letting an employee collect it for off-duty is again what the other city did. At first, they didn't allow employees at all. Then it was added to say you could collect if you were an employee during an off-duty hour. But again, it's the will of the council.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Are you done? Yeah. The fine for dumping, for illegal dumping is enforced by state statutory law, county ordinance, and some of our ordinances. This in particular, if I'm not mistaken, we are deciding how to reward a good Samaritan who will report illegal dumping. It depends, the fine, and whether it is a criminal violation or just a civil violation depends on the weight. If you throw a bag of used McDonald's wrapper in a bag, that is not a criminal violation if you throw it out your window. That is a ticket. And it is enforced by state statute. Now, as far as dumping, and there is a fine for that, but if it's over a certain weight, it used to be over 15 pounds. So if you dump a pickup truck full of tires, that would become a criminal violation, again, by state statute. And also you could be subject to county ordinance fines or even local fines. If we find somebody's garbage, that can identify the person's garbage. Usually, there is no discrimination whether you paid somebody to haul your garbage away. If they were irresponsible enough to drive up Okeechobee Road and dump it there or on 107th Avenue, the person whose name traditionally appears in that pile of garbage, if they bought appliances or whatever and they filled the boxes up with used cabinet, they changed their kitchen cabinets and appliances, and those boxes are full of their stuff, and the boxes can be identified to the homeowner who purchased it. The homeowner will get the fine unless we're able to identify the actual dumper. But I believe that what we're deciding here is a reward for good Samaritans, like anything else that 471 Tips does in the county, where it has nothing to do with the penalty of the crime. That is a separate issue if we're able to catch the perpetrator. The reward is for those people who report,
Right.
who are able to help us and aid us in catching the violator, right, sir?
That's correct. The Florida litter law, which is a Florida statute, 403.413, which is referenced here, is a state statute. That's enforced by normally a police officer or someone else who has special training. A court can impose fines of $50 to $150, depending on the nature of the case. And if the case is more serious, a court can impose a fine of triple $200, excuse me. But again, this is not concerned with that. That's Florida litter law, and that's enforcement through a court. This is simply a good Samaritan, as you said. That's a good word for it, calling in and starting a case and giving the evidence for the case. I mean, this is not assessing the actual penalties for the case are different. They depend on whether it's charged criminally, whether it's civilly, it's court, it's code enforcement. That's way beyond the scope of this.
Okay.
This is simply a
Thank you, sir.
reward
Thank you
program.
for clearing
Yes.
it up.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So suggestions, motion?
And if you want a motion, do you want to amend it to simply put a flat 500 and
Yes.
take out the, okay.
Yes.
Motion for that. Yes. Flat 500.
Can I have a second?
For a good Samaritan who would report it and lead, just like any other 471 tips, information received, it has to lead to an arrest and conviction or at least a penalty of that. It definitely, it's not just you called in and we never catch the person. We have to be able to apprehend the person, either give them a civil fine or prosecution as in a criminal court.
That's
Yeah.
that's correct. You have to furnish the evidence of the tag, of video, of
We got
the
a motion?
identity, so forth, you know. Yes, yes, sir.
Can I get a
Thank
second?
you, sir. Motion for that. Yeah.
Second? Take roll, please.
Ms. Perez? She's away. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved as amended.
As amended of $500 flat. Thank you.
Next item, please.
Proposed resolution authorizing the mayor, her designee, and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to increase purchase order number 2025-228 issued to MV Contract Transportation Incorporated for the payment of the operations of the Hialeah Transit System by an additional amount of $210,000 for a new total cumulative amount not to exceed $2,040,145 and providing for an effective date.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Huto, this is this specific to the trolleys?
Yes, sir.
So how long have we had the same vendor?
Since 2011, so about 14 years.
14 years? I don't know, I feel like we talked about this before, but when was the last time we went up for bid on this?
A year and a half ago.
A year and a half ago? It was an open solicitation?
Yes, sir.
And what happened? They were the only ones that bid?
No, there was multiple bidders, but they won the bid.
Okay, got it. All right. And then how often before that did we have an open solicitation for this?
I think it's every 5 years.
Every 5?
We have a 5 and we have like an extension of 2 more extensions. So depending on the contract. This contract is 5 years straight with a 2-year extension.
Okay, got it. And then do they manage the maintenance of the
City of Hialeah does the maintenance.
So what do? They just do the operations?
Operations.
Okay.
They do the drivers of the bus.
They do the what?
The drivers and the safety of the bus and the programming of the buses.
Okay.
So safety protocol, FDOT protocols, they're in charge of that and training their drivers and driving our routes.
Got it. And then they bring their own liability insurance and all that?
Correct.
Yeah.
We lease the bus for $1 to them, so they're liable for everything.
Okay. And then anything breaks down, we fix.
If it's repair maintenance, yes, we take care of it.
Okay, got it. And then do they manage any of the technology or anything like that? Like the tracking of the app?
No.
No?
My division does that.
Your division does that alone?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. All right, no, thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a
Motion.
good night.
And a second.
Got a first and a second. Please take roll call.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Luis.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Your vote, please.
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez? Your vote on consent Z, please. Z,
Z.
like zebra.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Perfect.
If I may just quickly record Councilwoman Perez's vote for consent item E, please. So the motion was for a flat rate, amended flat rate of $500. So the motion was to approve the item for a flat rate of $500. Your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Administrative item 11A, first reading of proposed ordinance approving the lease agreement between the City of Hialeah and the City of Hialeah Education Academy Incorporated, COHIA, for land owned and operated by the City of Hialeah located at 2590 West 76th Street, Hialeah, Florida, for a period not to exceed 50 years, together with such rights and duties as more fully described in the lease agreement, a copy of which is attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to enter into the lease agreement, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Items of first reading. Any conversation from the council? Comments? Can I have a motion?
Motion?
Got a motion? Second? Can I have a second? Please take the roll.
Mr. Tumidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
No.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for October 14th, 2025.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Proposed resolution approving the use agreement between the City of Hialeah and the City of Hialeah Education Academy Incorporated, COHIA, for use of land owned and operated by the City of Hialeah, which includes use of a city's police substation, Bucky Dam Park, Wild Park, Mylander Park, and Carl F. Slade Park for educational and school extracurricular purposes for a fee payable to the City of Hialeah in the amount specified in the facilities use agreement with such rights and duties as more fully described in the lease agreement, a copy of which is attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and authorizing the mayor, her designee, and the city clerk as attesting witness on behalf of the city to execute the use agreement attached hereto as Exhibit A, and all necessary documents and furtherance thereof, and providing for a term commencing upon the execution of the lease agreement between the City of Hialeah and COHIA, and ending the referenced use agreement on June 30th, 2028, with options to extend the agreement for up to 2 consecutive one-year terms upon administrative approval of any renewals by the mayor and the city attorney, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, thank you. Item. Ozzy,
Yeah, we were able to speak on all resolutions.
So-
I don't know why they did it separate here where we're leasing slave for.
so Ozzy, literally, I'll give you 1 minute.
No, wait. This is a resolution like all others. There's some trickery done here because this resolution
One
being
second,
read.
Attorney.
This is a separate item. This is a use agreement, a short-term use agreement for not to exceed 3 years with 2 one-year renewals. It's not the same as the other item, which was, the actual, the school plant.
Okay. I'm
This has to do, and
Ozzy, make a quick
I
comment.
think you have, it's up to the will of the council and the public speaking, of course, but I think you have a representative here for the applicant. It's normally customary to hear from the applicant before you
Gotcha.
start
Ozzy,
hearing
please
from them.
Let the applicant talk, and then I'll let you talk for a minute. Thank you.
But this is a 50-year lease.
I'm clear what it is. Please, the applicant. Yes, sir.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Hugo Arza, 701 Brickell Avenue. Joined today by many folks that you heard during your public comment from COHIA, and I want to thank them if they could wave my COHIA supporters, family. You heard a message of gratitude for the efforts that this council has undertaken over the years. I mean, I'll remind you all in what I stood before you 10 months ago, 9 months ago, when this was approved ultimately in January. We're excited to be back before you now with the lease agreement you've passed on first reading, and now with the use agreement. And I do want to clarify a couple of points. There were ample discussions back in December and January when the item was first heard and then deferred and then brought back. You heard from a couple of folks this evening about taking a park away or removing a park. Nothing could be further from the truth. And I know you all know that because you sat through our presentations. You're also all aware of the changes that were made. I mean, what was initially proposed, that northern field that would have been utilized, which ultimately then was left for the city. The southern portion of that field with the pickleball courts and everything that the school will construct and actually will be for the city to utilize. And so in fact, it's quite the opposite of the idea that the city's residents aren't receiving something in return. From the original envisioning of the plan to what was ultimately approved by this council, that area became actually for the city. And I'll direct your attention to the pages, you know, in your use agreement that you have that specifically spell out those uses, and they track the commitments we made ultimately back in January, and that this council voted in favor of for an approval. So again, pages, you know, it's a short agreement, but in pages 2 and 3, they talk about in subsection 6, the city shall have the rights to the use of the Cohia Gymnasium. This is a gymnasium that is inside the campus. If you remember, again, the campus is being built along the parking on the west side of the street. This gymnasium will be constructed at Cohia's cost. It's a benefit, obviously, that the city will be able to enjoy, but it's not something that the city is funding to construct. That gymnasium is spelled out, and these were the modified and amended requests that this council made. And so weekdays, Wednesdays and Fridays from 5:30 to 9:30, weekends all day. This is the city's use of Cohia's gymnasium, and then the ability to extend time beyond that. And then the next page goes on to talk about what happens during the non-school year. So like in summer, all of a sudden you see that the gymnasium is available every day, Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So in summer, during recess and winter recess, whatever the case may be, that gymnasium, per your agreement that you're considering this evening, will be utilized by the city exclusively. So you've got the school year schedule, you've got the schedule that you have for the for the non-school year, for summer and recess. If you go to the next section, section 8, the soccer fields, pickleball courts, and synthetic track. Remind you all, that was the additional area that was agreed to be built by the school at its cost. The soccer fields, pickleball courts, and synthetic track located in Carl F. Slade Park shall primarily be reserved for the city's use. Cohia may access and utilize those facilities in accordance with the schedule that is mutually agreed upon in writing with the city and Cohia, which you spent the first 45 minutes of today's meeting hearing an incredible presentation by our Parks Department about all the different organizations that might lease space from your incredible park system. So those facilities being built at the school's cost for the benefit of the city 100% of the time, except if Cohia reaches an agreement to utilize them because, I don't know, they've got a pickleball team or they've got something that they want to use it for, but not in any favorable terms that they would have any kind of advantageous use of that. It will be available to seniors in the middle of the day and during the day. It's not going to be utilized for a recess or physical education by the school. That area will not be utilized. That field to the north that was going to be removed because the expansion was going to go east rather than going north-south originally remains obviously and will remain always part of the city's ownership. And then the gymnasium, again, being constructed at Cohia's cost with usage rights consistent with the request and the motion made by this council back in January, track word for word. I went back and looked at your ordinance. Obviously, your city attorney did the same thing, and we ensured that the commitment that was made when the zoning application was approved back in January is now memorialized in this use agreement. And so, again, you know, we can throw around things like the parks are being taken away, you know, sort of flowery language of that nature, but nothing could be further from the truth. And what this use agreement does is it memorializes the agreement that the city got, the use of the facilities that they're expecting to use, the gymnasium that the school is constructing and that the city will have the access to use, and puts it in a fashion that the city can be comfortable knowing, not just that the zoning approval contains that commitment, but also that this use agreement contains that commitment. So I want to thank the administration, your staff, city attorney's office for their help in getting us to this point. It's been since January, and here we are in September to finalize these documents. And we're happy to answer any other questions. But, you know, I want to end on that theme of that collaboration and, you know, cooperation that the city has always had with Cohia. And you heard it today from our speakers, that gratitude from your residents, from the children, the parents of those children, that this is an institution that the city, you know, can and should continue to be very proud of, not just for their academic success, but for how they develop these young men and women to become residents of your city. So happy to answer any additional questions that you have. Otherwise, you know, I look forward to coming back for a second reading on the lease agreement and having this agreement approved this evening. And I thank you all.
I'm clear.
If I may, through the chair,
Yes.
I just want to put it on record, because I did vote no on the previous item.
I know.
I did vote no on this item, and it has nothing to do with Cohia as a school as an entity, has nothing to do with the testimonies that were given today. I just want to put that out there. I believe in the school. I love the school. I love the principals, the teachers, the students. I love their mission. I'm torn between the location of the school being on our park and the school growing. I had this conversation with before Principal Carlos Alvarez, and I had spoken to him that I wish that this was built in another piece of land. I had discussed to him, you know, maybe doing it by the police academy on Lejeune. And we had spoken back and forth about, you know, the way that the school would grow. I have to disagree with what you're saying, because as it reflects today, the data that was given by the park said that our parks are used during the week. And right now, we're only getting it Wednesday and Friday for 3 hours, both of those days. And then we're getting it on the weekends, which we see the weekends.
It's only the gymnasium.
We don't see, no, which is the biggest part of this project, because we don't really have a gymnasium other than Bucky Dent. So that was like the big push, the gymnasium. I stand by my opinion. I stand by what I believe in. You know, that's the beauty of having 7 people to vote up here. The item will probably pass today, whether or not I support it or not. But I do stand by my virtues and what I believe in and what the residents of that area have spoken to me about. As we saw today, we had capital improvement projects for $5.3 million that is estimated. There's money in our impact fees in our parks. If we wanted a project like this that was unrestricted with no lease or use agreement, we could have built it ourselves and not have had to share the property on you know, twice a week for 3 hours. So that's why I stand by my opinion. I still love the school. I love the mission of the school. I just wish it was on a different part of the city. Respectfully, we could disagree. So thank you. I just wanted to put that on record.
Of course. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
My understanding when I heard the presentation from Willie and his wonderful parks team is that the peak hours, especially in Goodlet Park, which is our #1 attended used park, is in the evenings. During the day, the kids are in school. And from my understanding, all the expensive amenities, the wonderful state-of-the-art amenities that Cohia is building for our use will be available to us during those peak hours after school. It would have cost us a bundle of money from our budget to be able to do those much needed improvements in that particular park. And I think it's a wonderful thing what Cohia has brought. And again, like I said, not to contradict what anybody's feelings are on this dais, but the peak hours, which it'll be used by the community, is in the afternoon when the school is not using it, which it will be for our use. So I don't think it'll interrupt any activities that we may have wanted to have during the day there while children are in school.
Right.
And not supposed to be in the parks. They're supposed to be in the parks for after-school programs, and the adults come and use those facilities after hours as well. So I think this is a great thing. And like I said, it saved us a lot of money, and it's a beautiful thing. It would have cost us millions of dollars to do these improvements on this particular park. And I think it's a great thing coming our way. Thank you, Cohia, for bringing this. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I didn't misspeak. I did say it was during the week. And as you can see, if you look at the report, the snapshot, it says Friday is the lowest attendance during the week, and we're being offered Wednesday and Friday. So I didn't misspeak. That I did clearly say that it was in the evening hours.
Through the chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to, I had some questions and I know that when this item came a couple months ago, several months ago, I had concerns, right? And I do appreciate Cohia going back to the drawing board and kind of coming to something that I think benefits both the school and the residents. At the end of the day, all of us up here represent, you know, all the residents of Hialeah. So we have to make decisions that benefits the residents, right? I'm very impressed with your school. I really enjoyed going to the commencement. I saw so much of the students. It speaks volumes of the kind of academic program that you have there. Just some questions is the actual park, Slade Park, is that closed during school hours? My understanding is no. Willie, is that correct? I have visited Slade Park. I know it's open for elderly. And I kind of just want to address that because I know we had somebody come up, I think it was Mrs. Gill that came up here and talked about our elderly. I wanted to make sure that we put that on the record that Slade Park is going to remain open for our elderly, correct?
It's open, yeah.
And
We-
the community.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
During, what time does the park open at?
7 in the morning.
7 in the morning, Monday through Friday,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
To
Okay.
9:30.
Till 9:30
Yeah, 9 o'clock, but 30 minutes.
PM.
We close up, our closing.
Okay, so it's
operations.
open a full day.
Yeah.
And then if the school, in reading the agreement, which this is a short-term agreement, correct?
This is a 3-year agreement with 2 1-year renewals.
Okay. If the school in there, it says soccer fields, pickleball courts, right? That's all the city's use, right? Primarily. But
Correct.
If the school wanted to use those facilities, what is the process of them requesting those facilities through the city?
For the soccer fields, pickleball courts, and synthetic track that the school is going to build and give to the city to utilize, they would just have to reserve it in accordance with the same way they might reserve using a different field, or Bucky Dent, as they've done for 15 years, or how any resident may call and say, I want to rent. You heard again for a long time, a couple hours ago, of like all of the ways that people book the facilities. But it wouldn't be that it would be the schools to then use and give whatever remaining time to the city. No, the city has it, and if the school wants to use it, they can enter into an agreement and pay for that use.
Okay. And then last question, which is on the highly anticipated, right, basketball
The gym.
indoor gym. Okay, so I see here that we have it Mondays and Fridays, 5:30 to 9:30, and then we have it every Saturday and Sunday.
Wednesdays and Fridays. not
I'm sorry,
Mondays.
Wednesdays and Friday.
Mhm.
And then Saturday and Sundays, 9:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. So every weekend, correct?
Correct.
When there's non-academic school, that means summer, right?
That's
Or
the next section.
Okay, and is that after Cohia's summer school, or is that truly
Do
once
you have summers?
okay?
Yeah, I don't, you don't have, I'll ask them if they have
Yeah,
summer
just
school. I'm
so
not,
we
yeah.
Put it on the record so that, the community is aware. I know school's out, I think, first week of June.
No.
Hi. So,
Chris, sorry.
oh, sorry. Graciela Carvajosa, Principal of Cohia, 2590 West 76th Street.
Thank you.
Hialeah, Florida, 33016. So the question was, during the summer, do we have summer school? We do not offer summer school. And when we offer summer school, we use our own, like our buildings. And as a matter of fact, we host in one of our buildings every summer one of the programs, the YLC program, that is run through Ms. Disick and the Parks and Recs department.
Okay.
So we would not be using it for those purposes. And if we were gonna use it, again, like our attorney mentioned, we would go follow the proper protocol.
Okay. So I think it's, and I just, right, because this was one of the most important things to me during our dialogue several months ago, was that, I know that gym will be built on one of the diamonds, right? One of the baseball fields that is
No,
there.
no, because the softball field
Oh.
to the north is being preserved, and to the south, what's being replaced from the existing field is the pickleball courts, soccer fields, and
But
synthetic. Remember, the buildings just ended up being built on the
Linear.
western perimeter in a linear fashion, south of the existing facilities, fundamentally over parking that exists today.
So the land, right, the land that we are,
You have a lease, which you've already, the prior item that
Yep.
was already approved in the lease, you have an exhibit A that spells out where.
right, and
everything-
yeah, and I saw the drawing, and I'm okay with it, right? I just want to make sure, right? So what we are doing is we are providing that land, but in return, Cohia is creating for the city, which, by the way, when I personally went and visited, the utilization is there, but I think what Cohia is putting up there is actually really good, is the turf, right? The pickleball courts, which we obviously saw has high use in other parks. And then that indoor basketball gym where our residents will be able to use it. There's obviously a shared schedule. And I'm okay with it. I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, is there a covenant for this agreement? Do we have any covenant?
Hey, you, I mean,
This is not, the covenants are normally in a zoning item, so there's not a covenant per se. I mean, there are covenants in the contractual sense throughout the lease agreement, like they're only going to use it for a charter school. They're going to comply with all state laws and regulations regarding charter schools. They're not going to use it for other purposes.
Correct.
They are not going to have nuisances or anything I mean, there's those kind of, so there's covenants in the lease, but there's not a covenant per
Okay,
se. because-
and again, I just want to make sure that a couple months down the line, there's not this new program and now the city's not able to use, the facility on now Wednesdays because this came up. So I want to make
We're
sure.
bound contractually if this
Perfect.
agreement is
Okay.
approved, and that's your confirmation.
Thank you, Mr. Arza.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Wait, Ozzy?
Do you want to reserve rebuttal?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, yeah, we're not being honest here. We shouldn't rush through this. The city attorney, you're gonna correct me if I'm wrong. For 50 years, the ordinance, we're gonna give them Slade Park for 50 years. Nowhere in the ordinance does it say that we're gonna be able to use the park. For 50 years, nowhere in the ordinance. But in the resolution, don't shake your head because the attorney is gonna back me up. For 50 years, nowhere legally are we allowed to use Slade Park. But in the resolution for 3 years, they're letting us use some facilities like the gym twice a weekday, correct, Mr.? For 50 years, legally, we have no use we cannot use the park, correct? I'm correct, right, city attorney?
All due respect, sir, I'm here to respond to questions from the mayor, the city administration and council, not from you.
Okay, I hope one of you ask them, for 50 years, we have no legal rights to use the park as per the ordinance. I hope, this is very important. I mean, we're giving them the park for 50 years and we're lying to the residents, we're lying to everybody.
Through the council president, if you want me to respond,
Yes,
what
please.
I can tell you is it's a lease agreement for the school premises as described therein. It does not encompass the entirety of Slade Park. It is the school premises. It's shown on the exhibits of the lease and the school campus and so forth. And the use agreement goes into other specific areas, which are described there in the Carl F. Slade Parks and Recreation Center, in the police department that are.
Attorney, my question, for 50 years, we cannot use the park. That's my question. We cannot use it for 50 years. They're gonna let us use it for 3 years. My question is, the ordinance that we passed, legally, we have no right to that park for 50 years.
Sir.
And there be, correct?
Ozzy, no, we do have access, okay.
Look, I have the attorney. You're lying. No, sir, Mr. Luis Rodriguez. No, I just had the attorney
I
here.
believe I answered the question. There are leasehold rights to the lease facility.
clear, I'm clear
The
about
school
it.
campus is described let's make note, because they would not be paying a rental fee.
I'm clear.
They would not be making improvements without something in exchange. It is not,
I'm clear.
it does not encompass the
I'm clear.
entirety of
Just
the.
letting him
Okay,
do his
thank you.
comments and
Okay, no,
questions.
I'm gonna be clear. For 50 years,
30
the
seconds.
ordinance, okay, for 50 years, the ordinance, we will not legally be allowed to use anything there. They're being nice to us and through the resolution, they separated. Through the resolution for 3 years, we're gonna be allowed to use like the gym twice on weekdays. So be clear here, for 50 years, we're privatizing Slade Park legally. The next mayor comes up, Cohia, does not have to allow us to use the park because legally it's not in the ordinance. What they did was they're trying to trick us in the resolution. They're allowing us to use it until the year 2028. Make that clear. And Mr. Attorney, you can correct me if I'm wrong because you know you're right. And we should be honest.
We got a motion.
Second.
Please take roll. Thank you.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez, no, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you all. Good evening.
The administration is requesting, if the council's not opposed to it at this time, to hear zoning item 16D for all the children that are in the audience.
I don't have an issue. Good? Council, we good? Thank you.
Item 16D. If I can just swear in those persons who will be testifying on this item. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God, if so say I do.
Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance.
Parents,
granting-
please can keep it low, please. Hello, everyone. Yeah, but make it too much.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit to allow an elementary school to operate on property zoned R1, one family district, granting a conditional use permit pursuant to City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-181, to allow a K through fifth grade elementary school on a freestanding campus setting property with a maximum capacity of 71 students, in conjunction with a daycare with a capacity of 169 children, and granting a variance permit to allow an 8-foot height wall where 6-foot height wall is the maximum allowed on residential zone properties, all in contrast to Section D, subsection 6 of the Hialeah Landscape Manual updated July of 2025, entitled Shrubs, Vines, Ground Covers, Mulch, Buffers, Plant Quality, Storm Water Retention and Detention Areas, Native Species, and Landscape Mitigation. Property located at 21 East 59th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Caesar.
Good evening, Cesar Mestre with offices at 8105 Northwest 155th Street, Miami Lakes, Florida. With me tonight is Yonaike Miranda, the owner of Children's Paradise. I'll try to rush through this a little bit. Last time it was a pretty lengthy presentation, but I know that several members of the council were not here at that time. By way of reminder, you've seen this item before. This was an application that came before the city back in December of 2023. It was recommended for approval in planning and zoning. It came before the council on first reading and was received the vote of approval. And then during the second reading, the council suggested that we have an independent traffic study done to see how the effect of traffic on the neighborhood. That traffic study has been done. It has been completed. It has been reviewed and commented on by a city independent consultant that saw the work that was done by our traffic engineer. And it has come to the conclusion that there is a minimal impact by the school as requested. And we'll have a traffic engineer come before you to advise you as to what the study was and what the results were. By way of background, Yonaike Miranda has been in the education business for over 2 decades. She's a success, employs hundreds of people, and has numerous school locations. She's a product of Hialeah High, and she has serviced the community by giving these children a good education, by servicing some of the families. You'll hear from some of the students today. And she specializes in giving special needs children education. A lot of schools that won't take them, but she does. You'll hear how sometimes she does these services and doesn't even charge the families, and that's why they support her wholeheartedly. We are requesting a special use permit to allow the elementary school. If we can put up the presentation. Next slide. We're here asking for a special use permit allowing the elementary school in R1 zoning. The reason that the city has requested and we've agreed to do R1 zoning is so that doesn't expose this property to multifamily use in the future. The land use has already been changed. For many years ago, it was changed to major institutions. We're also asking for a conditional use permit allowing 71 students grades K through 5 and a variance to allow an 8-foot wall where normally would be limited to a 6-foot wall to allow the variance for the 8-foot wall in order to minimize the effect and the noise on the neighbors. It's important to see, next slide, the history of this property is very important here. In 1960, the house was built in 1944. It was granted a variance in 1965 to allow a child nursery. In 2008, the same applicant came before the council and was granted a conditional use permit and special use permit to allow a daycare of 240 students. In December of 2023, as I told you before, we came before the Planning and Zoning Board, recommending a recommendation of approval with conditions. In January 9th, 2024, it was approved by the council in the first reading. And at second reading is when the traffic report was requested and the item was tabled. Next slide. I think you all know that this is a property on the corner of Palm Avenue and 59th Street. It is the northeast corner. It consists of about almost 38,000 square feet, corner lot. The next slide. This is the ordinance from 2008 that granted the conditional use permit to allow 240 children daycare on this property. It's important to note that the request is for 240 children, but not all daycare. As you've heard before in other presentations dealing with schools and daycares, daycares provide more traffic, more cars because that requires more personnel than the elementary school. Next slide. Again, this is the ordinance originally providing for the child nursery on the property. Next slide. This is a rendering of the school. You'll hear from the architect, Carlo Cardoso, who designed this, and he'll tell you that he moved the building as far west on the property as possible in order to minimize the effects on the residential properties located to the east and located to the north. Next slide. What they've done is that there had been issues in the past when the daycare's there because there was not enough parking. People were parking in the corner vacant lot. Now, with this proposal, you have plenty of parking. As you can see, there's no parking variance that's being required. You can see the cars stacking within the property. That will not bother the residents. There's enough parking for the daycare. There's enough parking for the school. There's enough parking for the required number of cars to queue. There will be 3 stations in order to make the drop-off and the pickup faster. There will be 3 stations where the cars will come up. The school personnel will be there to help the children get out or get into their cars. And then there's a traffic pattern that will be implemented pursuant to the traffic report and the recommendations and comments from the city's traffic engineer. So there will be certain implementations to help the traffic flow. We have taken into consideration all of his comments and implemented them and made them part of a declaration of restrictions. Next slide.
If I may, right there.
Yes.
So in the backup of the declaration that we have from September, it doesn't have a lot of the details, even though we're in the presentation. Like I know that we discussed putting like the school zone signs that you guys had discussed putting that, but I don't see any of that written in the backup. Or like
The-
not blocking or.
The declaration of restrictions, which was just signed and was just sent, given and delivered to your zoning director, which has already been approved by the legal department and the zoning department. I have with me here right now, and I can pass out a copy of it.
I have one from September, but it's missing some of those details that you had discussed. I don't think unless you have a new one that has
I
that in there.
can read it. I was planning on reading it to you anyway,
Okay.
the conditions.
Right.
So the conditions are total children and student capacity be limited to 71 K through 5 students and 119 daycare children for a total of 190, not 240, 190 children for the first year of operation after construction of the new campus. During this year of operating at this capacity, the traffic impacts shall be reevaluated, so a CUP for an increase in population for a total of 240 students. Next condition, building colors to be changed as recommended by the zoning department. Next condition, the temporary classroom trailer to be removed immediately upon issuance of building permit. Next condition, swale area shall be improved with sidewalks and proper green areas. Next condition, proposed redevelopment of the site to get completed in a period not to exceed 2 years. Next condition, the proposed construction will commence during the end of the 25-26 school year as long as permits have been issued. If not, within 60 days of permits for construction approval. Next condition, 8-foot CBS wall and dense landscaping to be provided along the north and east property lines as provided on the site plans prepared by Carlos Pizarro, registered architect, number AR 0013079, dated 9/29/22. The owner shall manage traffic by having Hialeah police officer directing traffic at arrival and dismissal during the first year of operation as needed. Next condition, traffic will be managed on a daily basis by configuring the traffic route as set forth in the attached exhibit labeled Traffic Routing Plan A. That is the plan that was supplied by the traffic engineer, which has the cones and the signs correct. School Traffic Operation Plan B as school traffic operation as prepared by Choice Engineering Consultants. As provided in the site plan, the pickup and drop off shall consist of 3 stations at a time. So what we did was we implemented the plans, and they're part of the declaration so that we can do it exactly as it is there on a daily basis. That plan will also be given to the parents at the beginning of the school year to show them the flow of the traffic and the way that they're supposed to approach the school and which way they're going to be driving to and from the school.
Okay, so I'm assuming, and if I may through the chair, I'm assuming that the no blockage signs, the school signs, we would write that in there.
The school signs are on the plan.
And then it was the other one, the locking of the parking lot also, remember?
Yes.
That was another thing we had agreed to, locking the parking lot. And then the nightly activities, I think was another one, the noise complaint that the neighbors had, that they were afraid that they were gonna have like after school activities at like 8 o'clock at night. And that the owner said that no, she was not interested in, hosting like a soccer camp at night or anything like that. So I think just to put that in there, some writing, because the owner has the
believe
applicant.
What you're talking about is some items that came up during a meeting that we had. It was myself, the architect, and some of the neighbors at the school. And those were some of the items that came up, and there was no issue with them. I guess the reason they weren't put now in the direct declaration is that they weren't a condition that was set as required from the zoning department. But I've talked to my client about them, and we'll be happy to amend this to add the locking of the doors and the no activities.
The locking of the parking lot, I think it was only 3 night activities.
Correct, per year.
Bells outside.
Three
something like that.
activities,
Right.
right, which was
And then-
open house.
And then the school, I believe, operates till 6 o'clock at night. But like if she has open house or other activities throughout the year, to give her leeway to be able to have a night activity if she would like.
Right. We were going to limit it to 3 per year.
Right. Okay. So I'm good with that. If I think as long as we put that in there,
Yeah, we will
they were
have to
concerned with
amend.
the, like the
Yes.
honking and the parking and okay. So just as long as that's in there, just in the event that the applicant sells the school and it's in someone else's hands, at least that's locked in for the future owner, if in the event that she, doesn't have the property any longer. Is that okay? Thank you.
President, if I may, just as a general point, not specific to this covenant, but even if planning and zoning approves a covenant and law approves it as to legal form, the council is free to request other conditions in a covenant and is able to do that. And you can, you're perfectly capable of doing that. So I just don't want the impression that because the P&Z director approved it or something, that somehow it's locked in stone or something like that, because it's simply not the case.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
Okay. Anything else, Caesar?
Yes. Let me just go through here. I'd like to have the traffic engineer come and give their presentation. And then I would request to be able to rebuttal after the public comments are done.
Gotcha. Okay.
Thank you, counsel, for allowing me to speak on behalf of the applicant in regards to the traffic impact study.
Thank you.
My name is Andy Gutierrez, and my office is located at 12855 Southwest 132nd Street, Suite 200. Next slide, please. So just a little background about where I work. I work for Choice Engineering Consultants. We are a transportation engineering firm with extensive experience. Happy and blessed to be working alongside the Choice principals, which are Carlos Francis and Rafael Aguilar, with over 30 years of experience, along with Eugenio Lopez, who is the traffic engineering director of Choice Engineering. Next slide, please. And we have extensive experience with traffic data collection, traffic studies in regards to traffic operations, safety studies, as well as extensive experience with traffic impact studies. Next slide, please. So as you know, I won't get into much details about the traffic impact study, since some of you guys were participating in the previous council meeting, but I'll hit the key points of the traffic impact study. As you know, the existing school operates Monday through Friday from 6:30 to 6 p.m. and has a drop-off period from 7:30 to 9 a.m. and a pickup period from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And the school currently serves about 70 to 80 students. And based on field observations, parents currently pull into the gravel soil area and perform the drop-off pickup area in front of the school. And next slide, please. After reconstruction, the school will be approved to serve 240 students in the beginning of 2028. However, to take the conservative approach, the study took into account 270 students based on the classroom layout and the site plan, which is the maximum capacity in each of the classrooms. All trips will be made to the school by private trips, with access provided through one entrance driveway and one exit driveway, along with 57 parking spaces available, with 18 for staff, 39 for visitors, and 3 additional on-street spaces. Next slide, please. And so the objective of this traffic impact study was to evaluate the current and future school operations, assess the traffic impacts to the adjacent roadway network, and develop mitigation strategies to ensure acceptable level of service at the project location and nearby intersections. Next slide, please. And so here's how we estimated the expected trips to the new school. First, we collected the existing trips to and from the current school on a school day, which had an attendance of 61 students. Based on that, we're able to calculate the expected number of trips based on a ratio using the anticipated school enrollment of the new school. And the difference of those numbers is what gets us the net project trips, which will be the additional trips that will be added onto the network. And we're expecting about 227 additional trips being added to the roadway network during the AM period, with 120 vehicles coming into the school and 107 coming out. And during the PM, we're expecting 100 vehicles being added to the roadway network, with 52 coming into the school and 48 coming out. And I want to note that the school dismissal period does not overlap with the afternoon rush hour period. Therefore, the PM peak hour was not analyzed for the traffic impact study per the city's methodology. I also want to note that we collected extensive data collection and multiple study intersections near the school and at Palm Avenue and East 59th Street in order to adequately perform the operational analysis, which I'll present to you now. Next slide.
I'm sorry, to the chair. Can we go back to the other slide?
Yeah.
Yeah, just walk me through this again. Sir, I'm sorry, just, so project trips
Yes.
is what?
Project trips are the expected number of trips that we calculated based on a ratio from calculated, like we had to get the trips that were already occurring to the school. And then based on a ratio comparing the existing school attendance versus the anticipated school enrollment, we're able to project what the expected trips would be in the future.
Okay, so those are projected trips.
Correct.
Okay, and then existing trip credit is what it is now?
Correct.
Okay. And then net project trips
It's a
is
different-
just the gain, right? Like the added.
Yeah, those will be the additional trips will be added onto the rolling network.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Next slide, please. And so this map shows the study intersections that we analyzed for this traffic impact study, which includes Palm Avenue and East 59th Street, as well as two major signalized intersections along Red Road and Layun Road. We evaluated how the additional school traffic would affect these intersections, particularly during the morning peak hour, which overlaps with the arrival period. The operational analysis is conducted to determine the level of service and the operational impacts at each of these study intersections. And for those of you that don't know, based on the Highway Capacity Manual, the level of service is a qualitative measure of traffic operational conditions on a transportation facility evaluated using a standardized scale from A to F, A being the best, F being the worst, A being no congestions, no delays, F being heavy gridlock, heavy delays, the worst condition. So as you can see, under the future total condition, the study intersection is expected to operate very similar to the existing conditions as well as the future background condition during the AM peak hour. And as you can see, Palm Avenue.
Yeah, well, finish your thought on this slide, and I want to ask you something.
Sure. Palm Avenue is expected to operate at LOS of A, and the remaining intersections are expected to operate between an LOS of D and E.
Okay, through the chair. And so, and again, just to kind of simplify it for me. So on Palm Avenue at East 59th Street, it says existing conditions with a level of service A. And then A says on the chart, it's less than or equal to 10. So what does that translate that?
So that's the seconds per vehicle of delay. Those numbers that you see in the table for Palm Avenue and East 59th Street is the overall intersection delay that the vehicles will experience.
So seconds per vehicle.
Seconds per vehicle.
So we're saying that existing conditions is 0.6 seconds per
overall based on an average of the intersection, because you have Palm Avenue running free, and then you have the westbound approach with the stop condition.
Right. But again, so we're saying that existing conditions are 0.6 of a second per vehicle at that intersection.
Approximately, yeah, based on.
Okay, and then so I guess the future total conditions would be 1.7 seconds per vehicle.
Right.
Okay, and then according to your chart, it seems like A is like very fast, right? And then F is very long.
The worst
right?
condition.
It takes longer. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, A being there's no delays, and F being that there's heavy delays and congestion.
So the only part where it gets worse is on 49th Street, between East 8th Avenue and West 4th Avenue.
Correct, but it has if you notice the difference in delay, it's only about 2 to 3 seconds per vehicle. And if you notice the threshold between D and E, I think it's 55 seconds per vehicle. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't see from far. And so that's why you see that difference from D to E. But in reality, the difference in delay is only about 2 to 3 seconds per vehicle.
Right. So is this how you determine whether or not a project would impact traffic? Like whether or not the letters go up or down on the level of service?
That's one of the components, and also we take into account the actual delay that's increasing.
Right.
But the LOS is more of a, just to simplify.
Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Next slide, please. And so here we have a slide showing the traffic routing plan that will be provided to the parents and used for the school drop-off and pickup periods. The red arrows represent how the vehicles will enter the school, and the blue arrows represent how the vehicles will exit the school. The parents will approach the school along East 59th Street from the east and make a right turn into the entrance driveway, which is driveway 1. This will keep all the traffic moving westbound and avoid any left turn movements into the school, which is one of the city's main concerns. After dropping off or picking up, vehicles will exit through the second driveway, driveway number 2, and back onto East 59th Street to perform left turn or right turn movement as needed. And so the purpose of this traffic routing plan is to ensure the safety of our students, staff, and families during arrival and dismissal. By following this plan, parents will help us keep traffic flowing smoothly and prevent congestion on East 59th Street and Palm Avenue, as well as maintain on-site vehicle containment. Next slide, please. And so to manage the traffic safely and efficiently within the proposed school, we developed a school operational plan. And these key elements include keeping the property gates open from 6:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., dedicating the right lane, which is the blue arrow that you see, as the drop-off and pickup queue lane, and the left lane, which is the green arrow, as the bypass lane for navigating through the parking lot and performing parking maneuvers. I want to reiterate that the site will have 57 parking spaces available, 18 for staff, 39 for visitors, 3 on-street parking spaces. We're also recommending that the school has 4 to 7 trained school personnel to direct traffic within the school site and assist with the drop-off and pickup. We also strongly recommend restricting the left turns into the school site during the arrival and dismissal period only, and only allowing right-turning vehicles to enter the school. So if you're traveling eastbound on East 59th Street, you will not be able to enter the school site during the arrival and dismissal period with the usage of the traffic cones and as well as the school personnel. However, for the exit driveway, we're maintaining unrestricted turning movements. Vehicles will be able to maintain to turn left or right as needed. And so the traffic operation plan will ensure the queues related to the school will be maintained within the school property, and using the traffic cones and the trained school personnel will guide vehicles, keep traffic moving, and enforce the turning restrictions.
Question, the traffic cones are going to be on the street or inside the property? I'm sorry.
On the street.
On the street.
Yeah. And this plan will only occur between the arrival period from 7 to 9 a.m. and the dismissal period from 2:30 to 4 p.m. Next slide, please. We developed a school zone sketch, if you will, to ensure students are able to arrive and dismiss safely. And the school zone plan consists of the school zone signage and markings, which consists of flashes, school message pavement markings, and the school zone will obviously coincide with the arrival and dismissal period. Next slide, please. In addition, we recommend that the school provides 3 instructional shifts to further improve the operation at the school. These proposed shifts were coordinated and approved by the school and are staggered by 30 minutes in order to manage the traffic safely and efficiently. Shift 1 will be for the 5-year-olds and grades 1 to 3. Shift 2 will be for grades 4 to 5. And shift 3 will be for the 4-year-olds, which are the VPK students. I also want to know that the infants through 3-year-olds are expected to be dropped off anytime between 6:30 and 9 a.m. and picked up anytime between 12 p.m. and 6 p.m. Next slide, please. In conclusion, we recommend that the school implements these mitigation strategies that were said before, as well as the school traffic operational plan. We recommend that the city coordinates with Miami-Dade County to optimize the existing phase split at the signalized intersection that we analyzed. The optimization to the existing intersections will enhance the current level of service that we have today, leading to improvements in the future condition. Overall, the proposed school introduces minimal impacts to the school, and the mitigation ensures that the on-site vehicle containment within the school, safe and efficient drop-off pickup within the school, and no adverse effects on Palm Avenue and East 59th Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'd ask the architect, Carlos Cardoso, to come and explain to you.
How do you do? Carlos Cardoso, Vice President of Architecture for Design Tech International, located at 14125 Northwest 80th Avenue, Suite 303. Basically, I don't know if you can put up the site plan. Site plan? You can use that one. Or from the first presentation would be better. Basically, what we've tried to do is move the locate the building as far away from the residential property as possible. Thank you. So what we've done is that we moved it to the southwest corner of the property, so that the building is as far as possible away from the neighbors. We've also proposed a larger wall around the property. It's an 8-foot high wall that it would go along the north and east property line. The reasoning on that obviously is to provide a sound barrier between the playground area that's abutting the north property line and the parking lot that's abutting the east side. So we're actually treating the property, the wall with sound blanket, as well as filling each cell with grout. That'll provide, the block wall alone will provide a buffer or sound transmission resistance of about 55 decibels. The blanket itself is around 28 decibels. And we're putting a wood fence in front of that, which also provides a sound dampening of about 30 decibels. So all in all, it reduces the 115 decibels that a playground would normally generate. Playground is equivalent to like a video arcade. So the idea is, to provide a barrier between the properties adjacent and what, the playground area that we have butting up right next to it and the parking lot. We're asking for an 8-foot high wall because basically the playground that's adjacent to the neighborhood is for the daycare students, which on average tallest daycare student would be about 36 inches. So using that, we're putting in a wall that's 5 feet higher than they are to provide a buffer of sound. What we've done with the older kids is actually we provided an elevated playground, which is located over the parking area that at the same time provides covered parking for those that are coming in. We've placed a barrier around this playground area where we're putting in slat walls to also help deaden the sound. Distance plays a big role in reducing sound. So that in and of itself, from that elevated playground, reduces the sound by about 40 decibels, going from 115 down to the 170 area, or down to 70 area, 70 decibels, which is equivalent to like a vacuum cleaner. So along with that, we're also proposing landscaping along those edges, which we're not factoring into the accounts, but it also does help disperse sound. So I think we've done as best we can to try to maintain any noise transmission from our property into the neighboring properties. Pretty much that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'd like to call at this time 3 persons that are in favor. Would ask Dayron Fonseca.
Good evening. My name is Dino Fonseca, 805 West 74th Street, Hialeah, Florida 33014. And today I'm here to speak about Yonaiki Miranda as a person, as a human. I am a former student of hers. I started in Children's Paradise when I was in the 3rd grade, and I had most of my elementary there and all of my entire middle school there. And even after I graduated, she kept helping me and my family, right? I got to spend more time with her than I did with my actual mom. So we became very close. She helped me through the roughest time in my life. When I had started her school, my parents had just gotten out of divorce, right? And she was there for me and my younger sister. My mother and my dad got hit with that divorce depression, right? Where they weren't really themselves at that time. And she made sure that every day somebody checked up on us, right? Checked up and made sure that we were eating, that we had clothes. And every now and then my father has anger problems. He used to show up to the school screaming and demanding a bunch of things. And she used to hide my mom in the office and confront my dad and tell him, hey, you're not going to go in there screaming like this. You need to calm yourself down a little bit because there's children all over here. Think about your kids. Think about everybody, how they're looking at you right now. And that takes guts, right? To be able to stand up to somebody who I've never been able to stand up to. Sorry. And just helped me out through a bunch. And on top of that, she prepared me for high school, right? When I moved to my first charter school, right? I was somebody who didn't really like to read and write, right? I was always kind of math, right? And she made sure that they helped me get through that, right? And make sure that what I did like pushed that forward, right? When I got to high school, I started doing really well on all my tests because even after that, she still kept checking up on me, making sure, calling me and being like, hey, how are you doing? How's everything going? How's your mom? How's your dad? Right? But I feel like here today, we're not here to speak about her. We're here to speak about our future. Our future is the kids, right? The purpose of today is not only to give them this amazing plan that I wish I had as a child, right? But not only that, is to bring in the educational factor, right? Because this isn't about us. This isn't about me. This is about the kids who are coming, right? The new generation, right? Esta se llama Hialeah. This is Hialeah, the city of progress. And here we have a beautiful example of someone who's trying to bring forward that generation, who's trying to progress forward, not only with all of us in mind, right? But making sure that each of the kids that she is with has a better living experience. I have a bunch of friends whose younger siblings are special needs. And I feel proud of being someone who I can say, hey, look, you go to her and she will help you out. And a bunch of my friends, like, I don't see anyone who has that determination that she does. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Caesar, you said 2, 3 in favor?
I have two more.
Thank you.
We will call Janelis Rivero.
Hello, Yaneris Rivera, 8737 Northwest 168th Lane. Members of the council, mayor, I'm here to request for your support for this project. I want to speak a little bit about Yonaiki and her history in the city and the impact that she has on the city. She's not just a business owner. She was also a product of Hialeah. She went to Hialeah High School. She decided more than 20 years ago to build her first business here and has continued to give back to the city of Hialeah. Over the course of more than 20 years, she's dedicated herself to education. Her schools have served over 3,000 students and currently serves over 1,000 families that all live within the city of Hialeah, your constituents. She employs over 180 people across 9 schools, many of whom are also city of Hialeah residents. Those aren't just numbers on papers, that's jobs, paychecks, votes, stability for Hialeah families and all of their children. She's a passionate advocate for children with special needs. I personally have witnessed children with complex behaviors throw desks, open holes in the walls, and she has let many families leave her schools because she is not willing to abandon those special needs children. It's something that's remarkable and something that you don't see in every school
in Hialeah or within Florida. Her schools have been, for countless families, more than classrooms. They've been places of hope where they feel welcomed and where children of all abilities can grow side by side. She has an inclusion program that has really proven to be amazing for these children, and they have made leaps and bounds in their conditions and in their behaviors moving forward because of the program that she offers. She's also somebody with persistence. Not only has she built an incredible career over 20 years, she's been here at this council fighting for this project for over 15 years. This began in 2008, it's 2025, and here we are still fighting for her to get this project. Anyone else would have given up. She has made a commitment to those children, to those families, to give them a safe environment to learn, a nice environment to learn, somewhere where they can go and feel happy every day. Many of you have children. I'm sure you know a lot of us spend more time at school than we do even in our homes. She wants to make sure that those kids are fed properly, are safe, and are in a good environment. She's also made many concessions, even for the neighbors. She changed the direction of the school. She made fences. She's putting soundproofing. All of those things are important to take into account when you decide on this project. But most importantly, I ask you to consider why you would deny children, over 190 children, why you would deny them the space of this beautiful school, this beautiful opportunity to learn by somebody that has been a proven educator of over 20 years. Please ask yourselves that when making that decision. I ask for your support in this project. Thank you.
Our last speaker will be Jonaiki Miranda, the owner.
Hi, my name is Jonaiki Miranda. My address 16421 Northeast 30th Avenue. Most of all, we're here for the children. But I want to say to my neighbors that I don't want to cause any problems and that I have, everything that they have requested is being given to them, like the walls, the school away from their neighborhood. So I'm not trying to cause any problems. They're more than welcome to bring their children over to my school in the future when they have grandchildren and children. I'm not against the neighbors. I'm with the neighbors. They even park in my parking space, but most of all, I do it for my special needs children and to give Hialeah a better education for all of them.
Thank you, Caesar. Appreciate it.
That concludes our basic presentation. I'd just like time for rebuttal after the other public comments.
Thank you. Please, anybody with comments or questions? Anybody else?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Sandy Palacios, resident of 10 East 60th Street, Hialeah, Florida. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank each of you that have taken the time to return our phone calls, even if it was for a mere 5 minutes. We truly appreciate it. We're more than certain that this expansion will have a significant negative impact on our neighborhood, particularly for residents along East 59th Street from First Avenue to Palm Avenue, which has not been renovated in over 30 years, and along Second Avenue. I, for myself, know firsthand, and I invite any of you to see the dismissals and the arrivals from Palm Springs Elementary, Asbury Christian, and Amelia Earhart Elementary, where you could see that it takes roughly 15 to 20 minutes. I took an average based on what Councilwoman Perez said the other day. I dismissed 445 students on average Monday through Friday at 3:05. It takes us 15 to 20 minutes to clear on a clear day, longer than that on a rainy day. We are more than certain, through this process, I've met many neighbors who many are elderly, have ailments, and they cannot be here tonight, but their voices have been sent to you via petitions and video testimonials. Please note that copies of all relevant documents that I'm going to speak about have been submitted to you. I want to point out that the SUP for Children's Learning Paradise was approved with key conditions by Planning and Zoning on August 27th. One of them being limiting capacity to 145 students in the first year. Yet during the first reading, Mr. Messer repeatedly referred to 190, and that number is what appears in the declaration of restrictions he presented. Back in February 2024, at Councilman Tunidor's request, residents met with representatives of Children's Learning Paradise to agree upon restrictions, which we truly appreciate, both from Unike and Mr. Mestre. Mr. Mestre did email those restrictions, and all of you have a copy of the restrictions that we agreed upon, which include but not limited to staggered arrival dismissal, which we did see, operating hours, which we did see, but you can see others in the document that were not mentioned. But the only one appearing in the document concerns training personnel and traffic control, and even that is written as needed, leaving it entirely up to their discretion. We have SROs, 2 SROs, one from Hialeah Middle and one from Amelia Earhart, and dismissal with cones, with everything, trained teachers, trained parents, sending it out through Class Dojo. It still doesn't run as smoothly as we want it to. We kindly and respectfully ask that the mutually agreed upon restrictions be honored, formally added to the declaration of restrictions, and then brought back to council for review. That's why we urge you to postpone this approval for the next council meeting. Finally, my question tonight is the following. If planning and zoning approve the item with conditions, why is it that there seems to be a discrepancy with this one? I am quoting directly from the planning and zoning meeting minutes of August 27th, that the total children and student capacity be limited to 145 students, which is approximately 60% of the total population requested for the first year after construction of the new campus. During first year of operating at this capacity, the traffic impact should be reevaluated so a CUP for the children and student population increase can be requested. Why does Mr. Messer continue to reference 190 students in both his statements and in the declaration of restrictions he presented? And further, why was this item approved as such in the first reading without any correction to what was being stated? Thank you. Do I go back? Or can I stand and
Thank you.
rebuttal?
Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I just because, and I know we have other people, but I want to make sure that we could address whatever you say and then give Caesar a chance also to respond. So you're saying that initially in the P and Z meeting, the recommendation was to limit the capacity to 145 the first year, but now they're not making reference to that. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct. In the first reading, since we were not allowed to speak, he kept referencing 190. But I included the meeting minutes in the documents I provided. It states 145. Those were the conditions that it was approved in planning and zoning. However, in the first reading, you were not here and neither was Councilman Luis Rodriguez. Everybody voted for it to be approved with 190, but that wasn't the conditions of planning and zoning.
Great. And then the second point was the traffic control, it says as needed. And
As needed it's also in the documents I provided. It states as needed in the declaration of restrictions. And as needed means, okay, maybe on Monday they think they need it, but the rest of the year they don't. It shouldn't be like that.
Okay.
It should be every single day.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Sandy. Caesar, come up here for a second. So just if you could address those 2 points first.
Yes, no problem. At planning and zoning, there was a discussion of 140-something children, but there was also question whether we had addressed all of the comments from the city's traffic consultant. After P and Z, we met the architect, myself, with your zoning director. We had a lengthy meeting. We went item by item on all of the comments, and that is when the number of 190, since all of the comments were addressed. I'm not going to speak for your zoning director, but that's when we discussed the number of 190 for the first year and then being able to come in for the 240. That's how that happened. So there was issues that were not addressed in the zoning director's recommendation that were addressed later.
See, after the planning and zoning meeting.
After the planning and zoning meeting, before the meeting with you, correct?
Okay. And then the traffic control component?
Traffic control, it does say as needed, and then the reason it says that is we have basically agreed to have traffic control. It's the Hialeah Police component because of the cost, that if it's needed, they will use it. They'll agree to use it, but if not, they will use trained staff from the school.
So how do you know when it's needed?
Because of the traffic conditions upon at dismissal and arrival.
So
also, I'd like to point out that she mentioned that at their school, they release and arrive 400 and something children. Here it's going to be, I could have sworn I saw 400. Here it's going to be 71 and it is going to be staggered as the traffic engineer stated.
Caesar, a question for you. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Talk to me about the traffic cones. I'm struggling with that. The traffic cones.
They are part of the recommendation from the city consultant that said that he had an issue with the traffic being able to move in a different direction. So the cones are being used in order to manage the traffic so that the people go in a certain direction. In other words, they can't come from Palm Avenue going east on 59th and turn left into the school.
Okay.
Because his concern was that there was not enough distance between Palm Avenue and the entrance to the parking lot, and that could cause a backup. So in order to avoid that, the cars cannot turn there. That's why they want to put the cones.
Okay. And talk to me a little bit about staff. So we're gonna have staff directing the traffic, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's a problem. I remember this conversation, we had it before, and I think we were talking about police, right? We were talking about some type of police officers or anything like that.
We have discussed police.
That.
We have discussed police, but in speaking with representatives from the owner, they were honestly trying to avoid the cost. As to the police officers, the cost is much more than a security guard or a staff member that can do that.
Well, security guard, I mean, that's something they can do also. I mean, I'm just struggling like seeing a teacher or somebody walking out there, staff just putting the cones in and just directing traffic. See what I'm saying?
It can be somebody trained by the police department, or it can be trained security, or it can be police officers. It's your decision.
No, the police officer is fine, excuse me, I can move on as far as security. Oh, there was a tougher presence there.
Right.
Okay.
As the city attorney said, there's a proposal, there's a declaration that's been signed and been approved, but you guys are the ones that have the final word, and, the conditions will be whatever you
We had a
decided. to be.
conversation about, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council representatives. My name is Anay Monteagudo. I live at 41 East 59th Street. I am the house directly beside the daycare. First, I want to bring to your attention that I had an opportunity to look at the traffic study that was completed by Choice, and it was not completed at our daycare. It was completed at a surrogate location at the school that's located on 24th Avenue. So that's a 4-lane street, 2 south, 2 north, and I think there's a median. It's predominantly a commercial area. Has nothing to do with our residential area, which is 1 lane east, 1 lane west. Palm Avenue has a stop sign. First Avenue has a stop sign. I think 24th, it's 60th Street. Then there's a light, and then the next light is 103rd, 49th Street. So there's plenty of flow. If you guys have ever been in that area, most people park at the Publix and walk their kids to school. Okay, that's what we're expecting. To Mr. Tunador's question, he talked about 227 trips. In the study, it says 293. And that means cars, basically, because a trip is a car. I mean, I don't know if you know that, but I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting to. So imagine in a block, okay, having 300 cars. Put yourselves in our position. Think about the front of your house and having 300 cars from 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. just coming through. Tell me that that's not going to be a congested and it's not going to have a negative impact on a neighborhood. It's an impossibility. The cones, again, we have a 2. It's east and west. If they put cones, you're going to have a traffic jam at Palm Avenue, because I would think it's going to come in one way and exit through Palm Avenue. There is no way there is a 6-second delay getting onto Palm Avenue. I go through Palm Avenue every day, and there's a lot of traffic and a lot of speeding in Palm Avenue. So I really ask that you table this and ask them to do an adequate and correct traffic study, not a surrogate traffic study on a completely different size street. And have them be accountable for what they're proposing. I understand that they have made a lot of concessions, and I'm not, disputing that. But I don't think that they are taking into consideration our neighborhood. We do have a lot of elderly people there that can't come out here and obviously talk to you. And I think that's the advantage, if I can say that. So yes, again, some of you have met me before. I am again asking you to please table this again and have them do this study adequately so you can see the negative impact it's going to have on my street. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
If I may address some of those comments. The first step in the traffic study was the city consultant engineer coming up with the methodology of how to do the traffic study. It's not they decided to go do whatever they wanted to do. It's following the instructions of the city engineer. There was a school, Snow White, that was used as a way of getting information for what the school would be like because it had a similar student count as to what this one will have. They did part of the information of the existing conditions at this school on 59th Street, but this school doesn't have 190 students right now. So they went elsewhere to get more data to be used. That's why that school was used. I also remind you that when the traffic engineer started speaking to you, he told you we took a conservative approach. All of the numbers that you see in the traffic study are based on 270 students. All of those numbers are based on 270, not on 240, and much less on 190. So if those are the numbers at 270, common sense tells you at 190, they're obviously much lower. So if it has a minimal impact per the traffic study, per the city consultant engineer's methodology, at 190, it's going to be much less. You're going to have the safeguard of the 1 year as proposed by planning and zoning, and I believe it was proposed by the council when we first came before you back in 2023. 1 year to see what happens with the traffic, and then they have the ability to come back and ask for the 240. If there's problems there, then guess what? They don't get the 240. And you will have the ability to do whatever you need to do at that time. But they have complied with every single request. They have done 3 traffic studies. This isn't the only one, but the other ones were already old. So that's why you guys required to do this one. And this one was much more in depth than all of the other ones that were done before. So they've complied. They've tried to be good neighbors. We've met with the neighbors. We've listened to them. We're going to incorporate the rest of the things, which honestly, I just forgot about, into the declaration. I went by what I saw in the planning and zoning report. Those will be there. They are incurring additional expenses for the walls, for the soundproofing, for the bigger parking lot, for the staff. They haven't said no to anything. They have tried to jump through all of the hoops. They've been at this for quite some time, almost 2 years now. So we would respectfully ask that you not table this item and that you please vote to approve it tonight on second reading. So this can be once and over for once and for all. I would lastly ask everyone that's here in support of Children's Paradise, please stand up. And we'd be happy to answer any more questions that you have.
Thank you. Caesar, I have a question for you. So, yes, it's taking long and I appreciate the work. You guys can sit down. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Talk to me how we can police traffic, Palm, First, one way, it's tight. It's tight. We talked about, having police officers right now. I'm just thinking about the avenue. I know the area. I used to live right there.
Mhm.
I live
I'm aware.
there. So
Yes.
I'm aware that's going to be a lot of traffic coming in and out. I don't want to say no, I don't want to table it, I want to have a conversation, I want to put something that we can both work together, I can feel comfortable with myself. So talk to me, security, how can we police the traffic coming in? Give me the picture, I don't see it, I don't see Palm first. I mean, 180 students.
Well, if you look at the plan from the traffic engineer, it is a very detailed plan. And that's why I didn't go into in the declaration saying, we're going to do this and this and this and this on traffic. I said, we're going to do it according to the plan and the diagrams that are set forth. So if you want, we can put that up there, but you'll see and what they did was after they received the comments from the city engineer, the city consultant, those were implemented into what they needed to plan in order to accommodate and make sure the traffic wasn't a problem. For example, the cones, no left turn here. Make sure they come from the east instead of coming from the west. When they come out, then make sure that they go both ways. Everything within the property, there's 2 lanes that are provided, one for the drop off, one for the daycare. And remember, we're talking about 71, and that number is not going to go up. That's the number that's there. The number that's probably going to go up is the one that's going to be the daycare. 71 children in staggered arrivals and staggered releases. Also keep in mind, and you've heard this many times from me, when the elementary children, the 71 get out, a lot of those children are not going to leave. A lot of those children are going to stay because their parents work and they're going to stay on the school. So it's going to be less than 71 going out at staggered times. That's really what we're talking about here.
And as needed, I guess, can we change that word, me feeling comfortable Monday through Friday? So we can have, in other words, more presence out there as far as security,
Right.
Monday through Friday.
So you want us to take out the word as
I'm
needed?
talking for myself, not for the councilman, but I'd be more comfortable having presence there Monday through.
Okay. Yeah, if that's
Yeah,
what you
well,
want, that's what we'll
one of
do.
my suggestions there.
Yeah.
Okay. Next speaker, please. Thank you.
My name is Archie Palacios, 1060th Street.
Can you get closer to the?
Oh, sorry about that.
Thank you, appreciate that.
My name is Archie Palacios, 1060th Street. I just want to state a few extra comments here.
The laptop there, man.
Oh, sorry, didn't know.
Sure.
In regards to some of the comments made by Bowman that was in the traffic study, 280-page traffic study, they also stated that that you guys should truly consider having an off-duty City of Hialeah police officer on site, as well as making sure that there is school signage, zonage, and markings on the street, and as well as that the drop-off and pickup area of only 2 vehicles is inadequate and will cause congestion within East 59th. They also, can't remember if it was Bowman over here, somebody else stated that the maximum occupancy, not for 1 year, but maximum occupancy in the end should be 190. It should be upgraded from a lower amount to a higher amount of 190 after 1 year. I would also like to state out that, as stated before, many residents in nearby are elderly. They are ill, they are immobile, and second, that this proposal, the kind of costly show first and money can be. Many of us can before the pass of time, one second as it can break us. Our strength lies not in the financial power and favor, but in the quiet dignity of people, especially for what little they have. Try desperately to keep. So I'm sorry we can't just do this like a wealthy adversary can. Which honestly, Mr. Minister said that she gives free tuition, so she has to support. So to me, she's kind of buying a photo. But we that have stood before you fight not only for ourselves but for our neighbors. That can't. So for proposal represents not us, but a threat to the fragile civilian to achieve anything. I, okay. I'd also like to point out that they also somewhere along the lines that that instead of exiting out into East 59 from the school premises, should be exiting out into right. Thank you.
Regarding some of the comments, the original plan that we had proposed had 2 drop-off stations.
Okay.
We've added, after reading the city's engineer's report, we've added the 3rd one. That's why there's 3. Regarding the police, I have a question of Council President. Would you consider to allow trained security personnel
Yes.
as okay,
Yes.
as the traffic?
I mean, we can also say if that doesn't solve the problem, then we need to put police,
Okay,
just so we can.
so it could be trained security, properly trained security personnel, and if that doesn't suffice,
It's, it doesn't fit the need of the.
then they would
community.
agree to have Hialeah off-duty, Hialeah police officer.
Correct. How do you feel about that?
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Council, you can. Okay, I'm sorry. And this will be the last speaker there.
Good evening. How y'all doing?
How you doing, sir?
My name is Salvador Santoyo. I live in 2472 West 5th Court, Hialeah, Florida. As you can see, I'm not in a suit and tie. I'm not here with no presentation, no laptop or nothing. I'm just a dishwasher. But my children go to the Children's Learning Academy. You can see my 2 beautiful daughters right there. When we relocated here to Miami from Port St. Lucie in 2021, their education, their school was one that was presented to me, and I decided to enroll my daughters there. The fact that I see that they care, and this is my first time even meeting this lady here, so I'm not here speaking on her behalf. I'm just only speaking from my experiences as a regular father, as a regular citizen. They do a lot. They go above and beyond. And the fact that they're now willing, they're now trying to open up another school is to give the same opportunities that my kids have been afforded for the past years. My youngest daughter, she's been there as part of the daycare, VPK, kindergarten, and now is in 1st grade. My other daughter, Kalia, she's been there from 1st grade and now she's going to be in 5th grade now. And I'm pretty sure that whenever they open up this location, if you decide to approve it, they're going to do the same thing that the other locations have done, and is provide a good education and provide a well-safe environment, regardless if I've been hearing, slander almost, about the traffic and this and that and all of this stuff that seems to be like a major problem. And I'm not saying that it's not, but are you really going to deny future kids to get an education? All because you feel like this building that they're trying to get to secure the future is going to be an issue because of cars and Hialeah is pretty much a safe city compared to other parts of Miami. So I don't think it should be an issue at all for y'all to approve for them to get this new building to help, to help further the education of future kids. In case they can't go to the other locations, and this location might be a lot closer to them. Like I said, I'm just a dishwasher who happened to get off of work, haven't even been home yet, came straight home in support of Children's Paradise Learning Academy because of the fact that I see what they do, and we shouldn't deny them we shouldn't deny them whatsoever for them to open up a new location just because of little grievances, and which I understand the grievances need to be met and heard as well. Free country, free will, until they say no. But I believe that you should y'all should approve them for the new building today. And that's pretty much all I got to say. Thank you for your time.
Thanks.
I almost objected to him talking. I didn't know who it was. I thought it was going to be against. Um, in conclusion, I just want to remind you, there is a daycare of 190 or 240 that's already been approved. That's
It's
more
190
traffic.
approved and 1 year,
That's
240, yeah.
that's more traffic, more problems. We've tried to comply and make the neighbors happy. So I ask you again to please vote in favor of this tonight.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up again, Caesar. We're talking basically about adding an educational component to this already legally zoned daycare. So it's not about, it's there to stay. It's there to stay. So either we have an educational component or we just have a daycare with the same amount of kids, but it's not going to go away. She can operate a daycare out of there and we can't deny it. So that's all it is. I think we're looking at this, some of the pushback is looking at it the wrong way. We can't deny it. It's just adding an educational component in phases to add up to 245 children. But the daycare's coming one way or another. She can't shut her doors and go away. So somehow it's going to operate with a couple of hundred kids there, one way or another. So this is just a matter of providing what everybody has testified to be an excellent elementary school education, aside from a daycare component, which is so convenient. The kids are going to school anyway. They stay after school. The parents come and pick them up at different hours, up until 6 o'clock. I would much rather have this as a neighbor than building a single family or multi-dwelling development. A multi-dwelling development or even single family homes, you can't control the noise and the people in and out 24 hours a day. If this place closes at 6, that means you're going to have silence and peace and tranquility from 6 p.m. until the next morning. No parties, no people congregating, no nothing. It's like something that is not as bad as people are painting it. Yeah, will it bring a little more congestion in the traffic? All of our schools do. All of our schools do bring a little bit more, and we can't get away from that. But this is here to stay. And again, it's not that we can make them shut their doors and continue and not operate as anything. It's going to be a daycare. And what you're asking for is a daycare with an educational component. That's what we have to be reminded about. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, any other comments or questions?
Through the chair.
What?
I just wanted to make sure, Caesar, we had,
Come up.
we put in to include, right, agree to a police officer, security guard in the covenant, right? We're agreeing to that?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. And the signage, which is extremely important. I know that was in the covenant, but I just want to make sure.
That's part of the agreement. Yes.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry. I was calling the lady. What did you say?
Well, I just wanted to make sure that we were agreeing to put in the covenant the police officer or security guard.
The security guard, and if it doesn't work out,
Right.
put a police officer.
Police officer.
Yep.
Every day.
I think that's important. One, the safety of the kids, and two, will help out with the traffic.
Absolutely.
Caesar, she wants to make a comment, and you can rebuttal, please.
Don't get me wrong. I'm an educator for 28 years. I'm all for education. I work at a school daily, teach students. All we're asking is at the very least, you hear our voices. And those restrictions that were placed in the copies that I gave you, for it to be revisited, including in the declarations. So at least it's binding. And if there is an issue, we could bring it back up. Not just to put the police officer, there were several other restrictions. And that's why we're asking for it to be tabled. So then those restrictions could be on a legal form, and then you guys can make your choices.
If I may, through the chair?
Yes, please.
Yep, Sandy, they will edit it and we'll add it. We went through the list and the attorney Mestre said that he would add the points that we discussed today.
I'd actually like to get a copy of it so that I can go through
Yes.
the list and add it to the
Yes,
declaration.
and we always have I think the attorney has it as a backup. Can we get it for the attorney?
Well, yes, when the council amends a covenant, presuming they do, if they decide to approve this, what I want you to do is send the covenant back with those amendments to the planning and zoning director and also to the law department. And just, with whatever revisions are made here, so we can just just confirm and, verify that they're there, please.
Is she comfortable with that, Caesar?
What's that?
Yeah.
We're good? We're good?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, we're good.
And then I just wanted to highlight, the beauty of what we do and the responsibility of what we do is reflected on here today, right? We have so many people here supporting, so many people that are against it, but our responsibility is to bring quality of life. Like this gentleman come up and said, you're just a dishwasher. No, you're not just anything. You are a speaking member. We respect you. We respect, you bringing your daughters here on a school night. So don't diminish that. Your voice counts. As the neighbors that are next door and adjacent to the property, we want their quality of life also to not be affected. I live near a high school, a public high school. It's very large. And I think hearing the traffic go by and the remedies that they've agreed to, I think it's going to help with that congestion. I understand and I echo your concerns, but that's why we have them coming back within a year and discussing, how it went after a year of opening. And I feel comfortable moving forward with those restrictions. I appreciate you abiding by all these different concessions that we asked for. And we want everyone to have a quality of life. And this application is different than the previous one of the school that I was against, because this is on her private land. She got this approved in 2008. She could have up to 240 students. I wouldn't want, a 4-story building there of an apartment rental. I would prefer to have the school. So therefore, I'm for the item. I don't know if there's a motion on the table, but I would motion with the restrictions discussed today.
And please, for the record, if you wouldn't mind just repeating the restrictions that you're changing, which I have noted, please correct me if I'm wrong. Police officer or security guard, as determined by the city planning and zoning director on all school days.
Sorry, no, it's gonna be first a trained security guard, Caesar.
Okay.
And then if that doesn't work out, then we're gonna go to plan B, would be the police officer.
And who will determine if it doesn't
That's a
work
good
out?
question. That's a very good question.
Okay.
I think
Please.
the wording was as needed. So to strike that from the record and just,
Okay.
I think that was a concern. And then there was the signage, which was discussed when they did the traffic study, that they abided by that, the no parking, the closed parking lot. We have a list that we will give you a copy of some of the discussions that they had agreed to.
I don't want you to necessarily reiterate them, but just summarize them, because I'd like the applicant to say that he's in agreement, if you don't mind, please.
Caesar?
There was also no nightly events limited to 3 per year because they have open house at night. That
Mhm.
was on there. Caesar, I will say,
Sorry, yeah.
Caesar, we have Hialeah's Finest that does do off duties at other schools. They do a great job. You can.
I'm well aware of that.
Did you hear the
What?
conditions?
I heard the conditions, but I was speaking to your planning director at the same time.
Sorry.
And she suggested that we put security guard, but if the traffic backs up onto Palm Avenue, then it would be police officers.
Perfect.
Is that acceptable?
I'm good.
Yes.
I'm good.
Okay.
And also, we don't want to
Oh.
see people parking in the swells of the homeowners.
The swales are
Swell.
going to be improved. And there's actually going to be a couple, I believe, 3 parallel parking on street.
No, gotcha. On the swell.
On the swell.
Just as far as if traffic backs up all the way to First, we want to be sure that nobody parks on the.
Yes.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to say.
Yeah. They won't. My understanding is that the area that's damaged, which is adjacent to the school, will be improved. They will improve with landscaping and cement, and there's going to be some parking spaces there.
But we just ask.
But down the street, yeah, no.
We ask the security to be sure they don't block the driveway or anything like that. I don't know what,
I,
back then, okay, so the restriction must be there already. Okay.
I also have adequate traffic signage, closed parking lot at night,
It's not on,
limit on the amount of limit on the amount of nighttime events.
correct.
Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, and please remember to send those not just to
Yes.
Claudia, but
I will.
to law with those additions,
will.
please. Thank you.
Caesar, we're almost done. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, we're about to pass it. Can you, Sandy, right? Can you mention what you were saying?
Mr. Mestre, I just gave him the paper. Can we repeat them so they could go on record?
Number one, agree to verify the accuracy of the surveys. I don't think that we can, I don't think that's relevant at this point. I don't know what we would do to try to verify the surveys.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, we did. Okay. All right.
Number two, security or off-duty police for traffic control. We've agreed to that.
Okay.
Staggered arrival dismissals, we've agreed to that. Operating hours, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We've agreed to that. Nightly events limited to 3 per year, ending at no later than 8 p.m. I don't know if it's an open house where you go past 8 p.m.
We don't go past 8 p.m.
Sometimes it takes a little bit longer, you know, depends on.
We do that. Is 9 too much or? 9 too much?
8:30. 407 students, and we don't go past 8 p.m.
Yeah, I just don't want to agree to something and then let's say 15 and we have a
Right.
problem.
8:30.
Would 8:30 be okay?
8:30?
8:30?
8:30.
Okay, thank you. I just want to do this today.
During any event at the school, all vehicles to park within the school grounds.
Okay.
Absolutely. No smoking or vaping. I believe there's a state statute that
Yes.
addresses
yeah,
that.
Right. That's state law.
Yeah. No class bells audible outside. Timbre afuera? Huh?
It's gonna be a big school.
But are they outside? Inside the school, not outside the school. Okay. So that's fine. Parking lot fenced or locked after hours, that's fine. We'll ask the city or school zone signs, we're actually agreeing to contact the county. We'll place, if allowed, no honking signs. That'll be up to the county as well. We'll educate parents not to block driveways, in particular neighbors to the east. We can put that on the plan that we're gonna give the parents every year, showing the layout.
Okay.
We will make sure that they put no parking. And place driveway sign, I think that's it. We're good?
Okay. Can I have a motion for that?
We have a motion.
I know.
Second, we got a motion, we got a second, please take roll.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Temporary fence, I'm sorry.
They have to knock down the fences along the adjacent and the back of our yard.
You guys talk about that already before or no?
Yeah, it wasn't an additional.
I didn't see it. I believe you have a code that says you have to have temporary fencing.
That's the plastic thing.
Yeah, your code requires that when
Okay.
there's building.
Okay, good.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tonidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved, subject to restriction.
Next item, please. Start reading.
Okay, administrative item C is postponed until further notice. Administrative item D. As amended, first reading of proposed ordinance providing a rebate of $200 as is set forth in the annual budget to the city of Hialeah property owners within the city who have a current homestead exemption under section 196.031 Florida statutes. Payments to be made by the city between November 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2025. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date and sunset date.
Just for the record, to be clear, this as read out by the city clerk, who I believe has distributed the amendment. This was revised. This is a rebate to homestead properties in the city. It originally read between $78 and $120 as set forth in the annual budget. It has been amended to read providing a rebate of $200 as set forth in the annual budget. And just that's in the body and in anywhere that the amount is mentioned. Thank you. I'm not showing that. What was that? Use both papers now. It's okay.
One of my employees had a bad accident. And the expressway on the turnpike, getting to Georgia. That's why you saw me get off.
He's probably listening to the traffic engineer, fell asleep. Good faces.
Mayor? Good. Good to go.
Jorge Blanco, Finance Division Director, 501 Palm Avenue. This is going to be a hard presentation to follow after Parks and this one we just had. Talk about finance, right? Good evening, Madam Mayor, distinguished council members, staff. This presentation is going to convey financial information that is not normally presented as you yourselves make important decisions regarding our finances. There we go. Fitch Ratings provide forward-looking credit ratings on investments, which reflect its likelihood of default. The credit ratings provided by Fitch are relied on and utilized by investors, investment banks, bond issuers, and corporations. This slide is showing the Fitch rating scale and its meaning. Also, to show the global reach and importance of Fitch ratings, last week, Fitch ratings downgraded the country of France based on political instability. There are many indicators that review for their ratings, as you will see in the following slides. And of course, lower rating equals higher interest rates equals higher borrowing costs. This next slide is showing two neighboring cities. Please pay attention to the key ratings that are highlighted with the green lines. The first one's Doral. And as you see, they're a AAA rated city. Next to that is Miami Lakes, also a AAA rated city. Next is Orlando, which is a comparable city to us, which is also a AAA rated city. And as you see, the key rating factors that Fitch uses as financial resilience, revenue volatility, population trend, unemployment, economic concentrations, population size, and long-term liability burden. As you see, most of these cities that we just reviewed are mid-range or strong in these areas. Therefore, they get the AAA rating. Next is our city of Hialeah, Florida. As you notice, the key rating factors, we have weakest, weak, weak, strongest, weak. And we have a rating of AA negative. Now, as you see, the city of Hialeah has improved from an A to an A plus to a AA negative in the last 3.5 years. However, Hialeah has a lower rating than most of our, or some of our neighboring cities and Orlando, which hold the AAA rating. And then the key rating factors, the city of Hialeah is weak in 4 out of the 6 categories. The city has done an outstanding job controlling expenses during the recent historic inflation, investing in life and safety, infrastructure, and enhancing services to its residents. Financial stewardship involves the protection of city assets and making sound decisions based on principle of prudence and ethical considerations. This commitment ensures that financial decisions are made efficiently and responsibly, therefore contributing to long-term positive financial positions of the city and the delivery of essential services to the community depending on us. The city is monitored by municipal governance by many external government agencies, auditors, regulators, and associations. Additionally, all other associations, certifications, and industry-specific regulations with which other city departments interact continuously. I have a list of the associations and the governmental entities. I'm not going to go through all of them. Some of them you're familiar with, some of them you're not, but I'll answer any questions you have on them. This slide is JLAC, our response to JLAC, which is an audit committee in the Florida Senate. The entire letter is in your handouts in the back. So I just put whatever would fit on this slide. The city and water and sewer had to respond to the JLAC inquiry on our efforts to remedy the financial position and operational challenges of the Public Works Department. The city's been fortunate in the recent past in having received federal ARPA funding, experienced very high returns on investment for the retirement plan, multiple years of increasing property values. This has offered the city an opportunity to address public safety issues, deferred maintenance, and historic investment in infrastructure. We do not know what the future events will affect our city. However, we do have expert external guidance on the level of reserves. The city also has recent experience with the negative long-term effects that natural disasters and/or economic downturns can unleash. These are additional economic value-added benefits provided to the Hialeah community. These are in addition to previously discussed savings for residents, such as the no franchise fee, no increase in water and sewer, no increase in solid waste, and no increase in stormwater fee. Some of these are the affordable housing rent versus market rents. This is a $10.8 million economic benefit to the community. The general fund contribution to affordable housing, $1.3 million. Hot lunch program, $2.1 million. Special population, the difference, and Sharon covered some of this earlier tonight. The special population, $36,000. That's the difference between the Miami-Dade County rates and the Hialeah rates. And that's a program all year long. The after-school care, $772,000 difference between Miami-Dade County and Hialeah rates, and that's for half the year, 180 days. Summer camps, $280,000 difference between the YMCA rates and our Hialeah rates, and that runs 10 weeks. And emergency funds, ERAP, that's $5 million a year. That's a total value of $20.3 million in free or low-cost services provided to the Hialeah community. And that's the end of this presentation. We'll take any questions you may have.
Through the chair.
Sure.
Jorge, thank you for that presentation. It was very informative, actually. But just going back to the letter to
JLAC?
The Honorable Jay Collins, yeah. Is this the same one here? I got two of them. This is just bigger. So for the response for water and sewer, the unrestricted net position, the deficit elimination plan. Are we also running a deficit for solid waste? Is that a fair statement? Okay. So we're running a deficit.
Yes, that's correct.
Got it.
Improving, but it's still a deficit.
Understood. But for water and sewer on the deficit elimination plan, this is a plan that the city's offering, right, to eliminate the deficit, right? So there's 3 points here. Well, there's 4 points here. Why should we go to those? Sewer lining. Okay. So is it safe to say that we have to meet all each one of the 4 points in order to satisfy the deficit elimination plan? Is that a fair statement?
I wouldn't say it's a fair statement. I don't think it's possible to meet all those four, especially at the same time or in the short term.
Okay.
It's what are you going to do to improve the situation today? What small steps are you going to take? For example, the OPEB and the retirement liabilities that I think it was in 2014 we had to account for in our financials. That's not going to be an easy thing to overcome. However, your operating income or loss should get better. For example, if the lining's successful and we're saving cost, then your operating income and loss is going to get better. So it's incremental improvements. The probability of achieving all this in the short term is not probable.
Right. Okay. And then so let's just say on the lining aspect, if we were to just focus on that one point and line everything 100%, would the cost savings of that help us overcome the deficit? Or do we still have to meet other points here?
Well, it would definitely help your operating income and loss. You know, how that plays out and how many years and what's the return and how many increases we get in the meantime.
Right.
Is anybody's guess right now.
Right.
But it would definitely help.
Okay. All right. Just because, yeah, it just seems like we have to do a lot in order to pretty much sustain our utility.
And I think, you know, they keep an eye on us and they want to know, what are you doing about this? Just not sit there and let it linger, right?
Right.
How are you addressing the problem?
Right. Did they give us like a timeline that by a certain time we need to be at X?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. Okay. And if we, and then to your opinion, if we don't meet one of these points or all these points, I mean, do you think this is sustainable in the long term?
I can't answer that.
Yeah. All right. All right. Thank you, George. Appreciate it. All right.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just to understand the Finch rating scale, are we just 1A away from being at a AAA, or is there AA then plus? Or because right now, is that a negative, AA negative? So there needs to be a AA plus and then a triple? Are we 2 steps away from a triple?
Right. We're 2 steps away from a AAA, correct?
That needs to be a plus than a full A. All right. And then one more question. The water and sewer has run a surplus over the last 4 years, correct? It says here a surplus over the last 4 years from the solid waste division. Do we have that final number?
The solid waste is improving their negative net position. So
Okay, by a percentage of,
I don't have the percentage.
no,
We
but it's
can
an
get,
upward trend. It's an upward trend that we've been seeing in
Correct.
the last 4 years.
correct.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor?
Yeah, Roses.
Good evening, Ruth Ruby, Executive Director of Finance. I don't even know where I work anymore. It's too late. But 501 Palm Avenue, I'm here to present the mayor's rebate for the Homestead Residential Property Program. Just to walk you through, and you've seen this before, operational and financial challenges facing the city of Hialeah. The only additional item that I want to just point out is the pension enhancement for recruitment and retention of firefighters and police officers. Earlier in the year, administration made a decision of studying basically where our first responders, where our pension benefits were for first responders. And so when it came to, you know, the new recruits and retention, that was the area that we saw that was very weak based on the study that was conducted. And so the mayor at that time made the decision of enhancing those benefits for the pension for firefighters hired on or after November 15, 2013, and police officers hired on or after March 2nd, 2014. The projected annual increase from that pension is a $1.5 million increase to our budget. Today, we pay $40 million of pension contributions, so it'll add an additional 1.4. We felt the need, we needed to do this because we were basically not competitive in the market when it came to the recruitment and retention of our first responders. But this amount will be basically hitting our budget towards the end of this year, beginning next year. And just wanted to bring that to your attention. The mayor's first original proposal for the rebate was $120 per homesteaded property owners. We have 32,100 properties, homestead property owners. Estimated cost is $3.8 million. And you've seen this slide before. We basically said we would be able to do this by reducing our general fund by $2.7 million. And basically, it was all those projects that you see in yellow and green. We would basically reduce our contingency by $500,000, and eliminating some positions for $328,000. And we would need a one-time funding from the general fund of $1.1 million. And that was the proposal made, I guess, last week.
So now she's gonna present, we were here till 8 o'clock last night, playing with the numbers and seeing how we could bring back, like Councilwoman Monica said, a sexier number. And we got to the number, but I mean, it's up to the council, what the council wants to do. Go ahead.
Through the chair.
Go ahead.
Why didn't we get the same way we got this sort of printout for Mr. Blanco's presentation? Why didn't we get a printout?
And we have them, and I can hand them over to you.
Yeah, I'd like that because we're deciding on this today.
Okay.
So I'd like, between today and the next council meeting. Yeah. Thank you.
The last meeting, we were also asked to provide percentages, individual rate rebates, what the amounts would be, what the percentages would be. And so this next slide is on $120 rebate. And it goes down the line to $190 rebate, and what the rebate amount would be, what the percent based on the ad valorem revenue would be, the gross grift, basically the amount that we would have to reduce from the general fund, the amount needed from the reserves in order to make the numbers work. Now, as the mayor mentioned earlier, we did meet yesterday, and we came up with a new proposal of $200 per homesteaded property owners at the cost at $6.4 million. And so in order to achieve that, we had to basically review some of the other projects that we wanted, basically that were budgeted for 2025. And so we had conversations with some of the department directors just to ensure that we, and obviously our Jorge Martinez, who's our engineer, we wanted to make sure that some of the projects that we're now proposing under the life and safety, we could basically do repairs and then push those projects out further to 27. By doing that, now we have a $4.6 million reduction from the general fund. So everything highlighted in green, yellow, and blue would be pushed out to 27. Again, the reduction of the $500,000 for contingency and the $328,000 for the elimination of the positions, that gives me the 4.6. And then obviously a one-time subsidy of $1.8 million from the general fund. That gets us to the amount that we need, which is the $6.4 million. So 4.6 from the general fund and 1.8 4.6, I'm sorry, 4.6 is basically reduction from the general fund, and $1.8 million would be the one-time subsidy from the general reserves. And that is the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Yeah. What's the difference, the blue, yellow, and green?
So let me.
So what is blue and what is yellow? What, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let me, so the blue is the percent of the ad valorem revenue against the amount of the $6.4 million. So our ad valorem revenue is $133 million. $6.4 million of that represents 4.84%. There was a question at the last meeting of what was the percentages that we were giving. So if you basically approve $200, which represents $6.4 million, you're basically, that represents a 4.84% to the resident. Then the green is the $4.6 million. That is the reduction of the projects that I just mentioned in my previous slide. And then the yellow, which is the $1.8 million, is what we need from reserves in order to basically come up with the $6.4 million.
Okay, again, am I looking at the right page here? I got blue, I got
Yellow,
like purple
you have yellow, blue, and green.
and green.
Yes.
Okay, so this is blue. So the blue is reduced by, let's say the first one in blue with life safety, city street lighting improvement, reduced to
So-
750.
So we reduced it by
$1 million.
$250,000.
Yeah,
We still need to go, we still need the street upgrades, lighting upgrades. The parks, Slate Parks, Sparks Park, we spoke with the directors, the Parks and Recreation Director, the Construction Director, and we feel that we can repair it and push this project basically to 2027. You look at the CCTV camera projects, we reduced it by half. So instead of perhaps 2 parks, we would do just 1 park. It just depends on how much, how many cameras each park takes, right?
Yeah.
The floor in Fleet, we would just repair it for now. And then basically when you go into the emergency repairs, the modernization of the City Hall parking garage, again, that would be delayed. The impact windows for the library would be delayed, and the AC unit at Mylander, along with the yellow, the other projects we had mentioned previously.
again in the blue. Okay,
Yes.
so Slade Park, it
Yes.
has a figure. It doesn't say what we reduced it by. It says
The entire amount is
$200,000.
reduced, so we would just
Sorry?
repair.
Come again?
We would just repair it. We would not be, so I'm reducing $210,000, which would be the entire re-roofing.
Right, but
And we would just out of maintenance repair it.
what would that cost? There's no
I don't have
comparison.
that. We
So
would
we
cover
don't
it out
know.
of,
Okay, we don't know. The 280 would have been to replace the roof at Sparks.
yes.
Repair, we don't know. Would it be 100,000 to repair it? We don't know that,
It-
right?
It depends. I mean, how much patching it needs, how
I
much
understand,
repairs
but
it
we
needs.
don't know that. This is,
Right.
yeah, this is a
Oh, so obviously,
moving target. Again, but the floor resurfacing repair from 250,000 for the fleet. We don't know what that repair, what an adequate repair be. The yellow, what does that mean? Okay, information technology minus 300,000? No, it's
So we
a hyphen.
no,
Go ahead.
no.
What does that mean? No computer replacement?
Basically, we're pushing it out to next year.
Okay, so no.
So those are refresh, that's a refresh program. And so if a computer needs to be replaced, we will replace one as opposed to continuing the refresh program we had in our capital plan.
Okay. In the police, $216,000. What's that? We won't be spending the $216,000 for building? For
We
police
would
buildings? We
basically
would
push
not.
it out to 27. If we have the funding throughout the year, we would take care of some of these projects.
And okay, going to the purple, I guess it's a contrast. It looks purple to me, but anyhow, blue. CNM, 210,000 modernization of City Hall parking lot, garage, elevators. What is that? What does the blue mean there? That,
It means it would be all these projects that you see highlighted, Councilman, are being pushed out to 27. If
Oh.
it becomes an emergency, we would take it as an emergency item.
okay.
And then over the course of the year, if we have some reserves, we would use those reserves to cover, to basically take care of some of these projects.
Okay, I just didn't know
Yeah.
why the distinction between the
Well,
yellow.
because we started, so we, remember last week, we started with a reduction of a 1% to the millage
Mhm.
and I think it was what, $78 rebate. And so we only really needed at that point to basically postpone the yellows, you know, the ones that are highlighted in yellow and the one in green. However, now that we're basically offering $200 a rebate, I need to come up with the difference. And the way I'm coming up with the difference is by saying these projects that we basically wanted to basically do this year, will push out to 27 and or if we can, during the course of the year and we have the funding, we will take care of them during that period of time.
Okay. What happens next year? Once we've given this discount this year? That's what I'm worried about. I mean, we're giving a subsidy on water. We're giving these rebates. What happens next year if we can't subsidize the water and it goes up another 10%? The residents will be hit with what, a 30% increase? Because they'll be hit with this year's and next year's. So this is a shell game. And also the rebate. What happens if we can't give a rebate next year because we can't predict what's going to happen in the house?
We cannot predict.
Okay. So this is like a Band-Aid. I'm done for right now. Thank you. Mhm.
Gotcha. Now, these are, I mean, people said that we're investing, well, we haven't been investing in the city for the past 3 years and growing. This is like a huge setback right here. And we don't know where the versatile market is going to be next year. I'm just my 2 cents. I understand. Comments, questions? Council?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Ruth, last meeting, the administration stood here and said that we could not in good faith go over $120. What changed? Because now we're proposing 200.
Right. I stand by what I said in all the other budget hearings, which is basically, this is a very poor city with very limited resources. However, if you all want to give a rebate of whatever the amount is, we have to find the money someplace. So you either pull it from capital, and we have a capital plan, or you basically use more of your reserves. But that is all the money that we have. So it's a decision you all need to make. We tried last night to make sense out of this and not pull more out of our reserves, because at the point in time, and I'll show you, at the point in time, you're getting to the 190s or the 200s. Basically, your general reserve funds gets basically to a $42 million. That's all you would have. I want to explain that the city on a monthly basis spends $20 million. So having $42 million in reserves actually just means that you only have 2 months, and that is it. We have a lot of emergencies, when we have a lot of things that are being planned in the future. However, you all need to make that decision. What is a priority for you all? And this is the best we've been able to basically come up with based on the resources we have and the limitations we have.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Are you done, ma'am?
Yes.
You done? Believe me, this is not on you. You guys have done a fantastic job. You were asked to find savings that could provide a $200 rebate. So it's not on you, and I could see what you've done here. But I've learned in my ripe old age that when you turn around and ignore a problem, it doesn't go away. When by the time you're done with that 180-degree turn and you come back to it, it's more expensive and it's a bigger issue. And this is just kicking the can down the road in order to make a popular move. I don't see, whereas, yes, and that was a legitimate question. We were talking 120 last meeting, and I defended that. I thought it wasn't the greatest idea in the world, but this $200 is something that, these things aren't going to go away. And like I said, the housing market is unpredictable. Our ad valorem may go down next year. And then we have a situation where we have promised the citizens a savings, or we've accustomed them to a savings and a rebate on their water. And if we can't do that next year, they're going to have sticker shock when they get the 20% that they were supposed to get this year on the increase in water and sewer rates. Plus, it'll go up again next year. We don't know what that'll be. But let's say it's the traditional 10% blended rate that it's been going up for years. So they're going to have the sticker shock of 30% water rate increase and perhaps no rebate. And we may not be able to afford at that point to do any sort of millage adjustment. So I don't know. This $200 is a little aggressive. It sounds a little. I would love to give everybody a complete tax elimination if we could. But we still have a city to run, and we've promised our citizens quality service. And this will definitely affect that promise that we have made. We all ran on that promise, and this might affect it. I don't know how the rest of my colleagues feel about this.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I think all valid points, and I don't want to argue with people now. It's 10, and we still have zoning. We still have zoning to go after this. So a couple things. I think all valid points. I just think that this is a different year, right? And we've been talking about relief for a long time. The last event that we had here in Mylander, everybody complained about taxes. Everybody complained about their issues. So we're going to give them relief, right? People need help, and we're going to give them help today. I think $200 is too low. And so I know that we're talking about the what ifs, and Councilman Zogby brings a valid point. I brought that up, right? Well, 20% today from Miami-Dade County. What does next year look like, right? And we don't know. But I think a what if that's more realistic is there's going to be a bigger issue for local municipalities, and that's the elimination of property taxes by the governor. So I think something like this actually gets us ready for what's to come, because that is a real thing. That is going to be put on the ballot next year, and people are going to vote for it overwhelmingly. And then we're really going to have discussions, and we're not going to be staying till 8 o'clock at night, probably 2 a.m, right? Figuring things out. So the other thing that I'm a little bothered by, Ruth, and I get it, right? Like I've been saying it earlier, everyone here has a job to do, right? But when we discussed this, right, very early on, it seemed like everyone was saying that the city was going to burn down if we went less than 1% reduction, right? And if we're going to talk, I just in good faith, let's just have a conversation, whether it's us, whether it's with the mayor's office, whoever it is. And it was just very, I mean, folks were on TV saying that it was reckless and irresponsible. And so then today, we're not looking at a 1%, right? We're looking at 5 times that original amount. So it's bothersome because, we had the discussion. I tried to talk to you and to the mayor to see how is it that, put something together to see how it could work. And you said, and everyone said, well, no, the city's going to burn down. Right. And so I think that's probably the biggest thing that gives me heartburn. Right. Because then how do we look back at at the city and say, well, no, actually, we found a couple of things, which then leads me to believe, well, can we find a little more then? Right. And then second to that, and again, we all want the same thing. I think Councilman Zogby brings up a valid point, but I think we all want to give relief, right? The mayor, the council, 100%, right? But now the second thing to that is we have another item coming up, which is item E, right? And I think before we even talk about item D, right? Like if maybe at a high level someone can tell me what item E is, because it seems like there's a universe that we still don't know what that universe is, that we haven't taken into account the full cost of what this rebate would look like, right?
So item E is when we get our tax rolls, we don't get the information on first responders. So we don't know exactly how many first responders live in Hialeah that have homesteaded properties. When we looked at that, that figure of 32,100, I just lost my slide. accounts for another 300 to 400 residents that could be first responders here at our city that are entitled to that rebate. So it's already accounting for that. But to answer your question, Councilman, we did meet, we did go through all of the capital, and I will basically stand here and tell you that everything that I now have to push to 27, I wish we didn't have to. But it was a decision of how much more can we pull from our reserves and how, that basically meets that goal that you all want of a rebate. So it's a decision. You either cut from reserves or you cut projects. All those projects, they're not a wish list. Those projects are needed at the city. However, we have to push them out because the more you cut from your reserves, the more of a liability we have in our hands.
Ruth, and through the chair, sorry about that. Again, it goes back to acting in good faith, right?
But why
You
would
were
you say I didn't act in good
Well,
faith?
because you were standing here, right? Everyone was standing here.
Yes.
And you were threatening police, you were threatening fire, right? And again, we did 5 times the amount. And I don't want to, this is not to bash anyone. This is like what happened,
Yes.
right? So you put the fear of God in everybody, right? Like, firefighters gonna be laid off, right? People were yelling across the, and then we.
It wasn't a
we
fear,
managed-
Councilman. It was reality.
Let me finish real quick, Ruth.
Go ahead.
Real quick, just to finish this thought. So it's just, and then now we were able to do this, right? 5 times the amount, and there's no fire, right? So I think that's just kind of like it left a bad taste in my mouth. I wish we can kind of be more upfront with these things, right? As we're having this discussion, because we all want the same thing.
Through the chair. But this is a one-time rebate. He's talking about the millage reduction, which was permanent.
Okay. Are you talking about millage reduction? Or about a one-time rebate? Because this is a one-time rebate. It doesn't affect our millage.
Understood. But when we talked about decreasing the 1% even more on the millage side, whether it was
Well, the
1 point, it was catastrophic.
So-
And then we talked about the rebate, right? And it was
okay.
2 things, yeah.
So think about this. You are reducing the millage by, I don't know, you want it by 10%. That would have been catastrophic. Because how are you covering then, the operations of this city? This is a one-time rebate. And yes, all these projects need to take place, but we can push some of these projects out to be able to come up with a one-time rebate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Through the chair, I would also like to, say that maybe the rebate shouldn't go to any elected official that lives in the city of Hialeah.
100%.
Through the chair. I don't want a rebate. How does that affect the total amount that we're going to give? That we're all residents, we're all homesteaded properties here, and I don't want the rebate. And if you give me the rebate, I'm going to give it to Shriners Hospital. So I don't want a penny of that rebate, but I don't see where that's a significant savings against what we have to now take from the budget or the projects we have to cut back on. I certainly understand I prefer a one-time rebate to a millage reduction, because then we're stuck in perpetuity with this reduction with an unpredictable future. I certainly understand that. But, not us being eligible to receive it, I don't care about that. I don't need it. But what kind of a savings would that do? Are we going to be able to then do one of these projects because you're saving? Because we'll be saving that money. The city will be saving that money. What, $200 a year for 6 of us, that's $1,200. I don't see any project here of $1,200. Like I said, if I get it, I'll give it to Shriners Hospital. And if I don't get it, I'll be just fine anyway. So that isn't the answer, unless I misunderstood something. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes.
So thank you for finding and plugging and getting creative with ways for us to find relief. I would like to venture out and maybe ask for a different avenue that might not dive into the pot of capital improvements. So in our previous budget that we had with Mayor Carlos Hernandez, that budget book had line items of positions, right? It explained, it excluded people's names. It just discussed the HR position that they were hired on. It discussed their salary. And then it had a line item that said that department budgeted, for example, 10 positions. However, 6 were employed, 4 were vacant. They were gonna hire within that year. I'm interested in seeing, if we can, each department's not operating cost or as it relates to employment, how many are budgeted for and how many are maybe vacant positions, and for how long those positions have been vacant, if it's been like 6+ months of vacancy. And then see about if this is something, because I didn't see that last year either. I know that I had mentioned that to you.
So in our book, we do have the list of,
Yes,
but
but it
not,
doesn't say-
not the time that they've been vacant, is
No.
what you're saying.
It doesn't say, yeah. It does say how many it's budgeted for, but it doesn't say if it's vacant.
Vacancies?
No, it doesn't say if it's vacant or
Okay.
not.
We
So
will,
that's a difference in that budget book that I always was interested in. It was something that made us advocate for police. That department had a very high budget for police, and somehow at the end of each year, they weren't hiring our expectations. So I think that's something that I'm interested in seeing as it pertains to, and I mean, we could exclude police and fire, obviously, but just to see what kind of stats we have in all the other departments. Thank you.
Through
Any
the
other
chair.
comments? Yeah.
Oh, so just, so Ruth, so is that number that you gave us, which I don't agree with, you said that it already takes into account the unknown universe of first responders in Hialeah? Is that?
yeah, we don't know how many, but we accounted for like 300 or 400 position, like residents that could be first responders that live in the city of Hialeah. But I need that sign in order basically to submit it to the property appraiser's office for them to submit the report.
Could you,
It-
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, if I may through the chair. So we can actually request that MOU from the property appraiser first before we vote on.
No,
the
you need
actual
to vote that. I need to provide, along with the agreement, I need to provide either the resolution or the ordinance. I can't remember which one, Rafael.
They require the legislation. They will not give you the exempt information otherwise.
Because we
It's
are,
exempt by law.
Yeah.
So they're not just going to do it theoretically. They want the legislation in place or you don't get it.
But that's hard to agree on a number if you have a hypothetical estimate. that
no,
you're
what
dividing
you're
up.
getting is just the list of names with
Yeah,
addresses.
but I don't know. It's a hypothetical. How can we vote on an exact number of a rebate if we don't really know the exact pot that we're working with? We're just throwing something and hoping it sticks by saying 300.
Oh, you're
We don't
voting
really know
on the
that.
dollar amount, right? It could be a little higher, it could be a little less than what I'm showing here. What you're voting on is the dollar amount of that rebate, yes.
No, I understand.
And I would, without that report, I wouldn't be able to give you the exact amount of properties.
Okay. Well, how long do you think it would take for us to have that information? Is Elsa's here? Would that be
What
right to Elsa?
information?
Of the vacancies of the positions budgeted for and how many have not been retained employment? In every department? Well, I mean, if we could have it, we could email it. You don't have to do it right now, but so that's something that we could look at.
Good evening, Elsa Jaramillo Velez. As of a week ago, we had 74 vacancies.
74, but
The breakdown, we
Right.
have it. 129 now? The 74 part-times. I mean, Pedro has the
Full-time is
information from the
129?
vacancy report.
74 part of the 129?
Wow.
Full-time vacancies and 74 part-time.
Okay, so
Exactly.
almost 200.
Say it again, 129 full-time?
Part-time.
129 part-time?
Do you have the vacancy report with
Full-time.
you?
7 something.
Pedro has a vacancy report. I have it
To
in my
agree.
office. No, you can do it.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So as of the 9/8 pay period, we had 129 full-time vacancies and 74 part-time vacancies.
Do you have record of the last pay period? Like how often was that for how many months have we've had 129 vacancies?
So we
How far back
average-
does it go?
So part-timers, I would tell you, is not a good indicator because a lot of our part-timers are seasonal.
Yeah,
because of the
guards,
summers.
lifeguards.
But full-time, I ran an average and it's around the 10% vacancy overall as a city. So we kind of fluctuate, but 10%. So I think we have around 1,300 full-time employees. Yeah, so around around the 120 is the average number we have vacant at any given moment.
At any given moment.
I'm sorry?
But for
Yeah.
each department, I would like to see it as
I
it
could-
pertains for departments and for a 6-month period or more in that department. Do we have that data? How long it's been vacant for?
System is not that intuitive. That's why we're transitioning to the Workday system, which is going to provide that level of detail pending we go live with it. So right now, a lot of the processes we do, such as the spreadsheet, is done manually. So we could provide to you at a given moment, but it would take my staff or finance staff to calculate that information.
Okay. Thank you, Pedro.
But I can still, if you like, we could email you the current vacancy report.
I'm more interested in by the department and how long. So not
Not
just
the
the
how long.
actual number.
Yeah.
I want to see. I'm interested in that.
How long you have it?
Can you give me again the part-time? It was 74.
29 full-time.
Okay. All right, Elsa's gonna try to pull something then.
Council, through the chair.
Yes.
Councilwoman Perez, when you asked for the report of, through department and how long it's been vacant, did you ask for, in general, how much? Right,
I had mentioned that. Yeah, I had mentioned for that, for us to know each department.
because I know in previous slides, we had mentioned about 3 positions that were totaling 328,000. So just curious what 203
Yeah,
vacant
what's the
positions.
value of those vacancies?
But I think what's most important is also how long, right? How long those vacancies have been.
We don't have that information. We will pull it and we will send it.
You're gonna pull it now or is it? Oh, we can't do it now? Okay, sorry.
We can't do it now, but we can do it in the morning and we will email it.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that.
It's important to know that number.
Yeah.
So are we tabling it or
We have a
since we
problem.
don't have the information?
So, I mean, I don't feel comfortable anything over, I mean, to be talking to the council. I'm agreeing with Mr. Zogby here as far as anything over $120, I'm struggling right now. And I think the council's not gonna make up their mind right now with this item right now. Yeah, I feel comfortable with that. So can I get a motion to table this particular item?
What's the table date? Next scheduled council meeting?
It's gonna have to.
So, okay, so we basically have our second budget hearing on Thursday. We can't finish the budget unless you all decide on the rebate.
We could always amend the budget, no?
So what are we passing then on next Thursday? The budget the way it is, and then we can amend it later?
Seems
I mean, I don't know. Rafael, how do we do this?
If it's not done with legislation now prior to the budget, the only way to do it is for there to be a budget amendment. Budget amendment would have to, at that point, I would defer to, OMB and finance, but would have to, again, to detract or deduct some things from certain categories in order to give that rebate. But you had a certain time that was in the proposed legislation of between November 1st and December 31st that could impact that time frame and so forth, and the expeditiousness in which you wanted to, or it was originally planned.
Okay.
Through the chair. So we need to pass a budget.
Yes.
So we can pass, right? We need to pass the budget. So we can
You
pass
must
the
pass the
budget and
budget.
then amend it whenever we come to a,
So for clarity,
An
just for
agreement.
me, because this is the first time I go through something like this. So on Thursday, we will present a budget that shows a reduction of how much, or just the budget with no reductions, and then we amended with a reduction later on. Is that what we're saying?
Sounds right.
Okay,
which one sounds right?
Yeah. that-
No
reduction?
no reduction.
No reduction and then to amend
Yeah,
it.
okay,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yes, one of the two.
So which, with the table, was, you waiting for a motion? Yeah, I second if, does it have a motion already?
No, not yet.
Okay, motion.
You're tabling D and E, but
And E,
E is derivative of, D.
Yes,
Until what date, sir?
I guess next scheduled council meeting, is that what we agreed on? Mhm.
Okay,
Thank you.
we need a second.
Can I have a second, please? Can I have a second, please? To table the items. Second. There you go. Got a first and a second. Take roll, please.
Ms. De La Vega,
Yes.
Mr. Junco, Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Tonidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is postponed until October 14th, 2025.
Next item, please.
Both items D and E, yes?
Yes. Yes.
We'll read the next item into the record and then take a vote, please. Proposed resolution authorizing the mayor, her designee on behalf of the city to enter into an agreement in order to access certain exempt information maintained by the property appraiser of Miami-Dade County, a copy of which is attached here to and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, take roll.
So, yeah, you're gonna have a separate vote on that, I understand, right? Motion to table.
Can I get a second? Can I get a second?
Second.
Take roll, please.
Ms. Perez?
Was it said motion to table the item? Because I just heard
Until
motion.
October 14th, 2025.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tonidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is postponed until October 14th, 2025.
Next item, please.
Unfinished business?
Next,
New business?
the next item.
Zoning, will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand.
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de esta junta, por favor pónganse de pie y alce la mano derecha.
Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. If so, say I do.
Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa.
Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
Item 15A, second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from medium density residential to high density residential, property located at 541 East 22nd Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, and legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Items of second reading.
Motion.
Anybody, comments or questions from anybody else? Got a motion? Can I get a second, please? Second,
Second.
take roll, please.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tonidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega is away. Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item 16A, second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow 47 parking spaces where 101 parking spaces are required for the operation of an existing CrossFit and MMA gym, and to allow an 8.4% pervious area where 10% pervious area is the minimum required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-2189, subsection 7. And in contrast to the Hialeah Landscape Manual updated July of 2025, Section E, entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification. Property located at 6440 West 20th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned M1, Industrial District, and legally described herein. repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Items open, second reading, open for comments or question. Can I have a,
And a motion,
can I have a second?
home of Colby Covington.
Second. Please take roll.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega is away. Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Next item, please.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R33 Multiple Family District to R35 Multiple Family District, granting a variance permit to allow a lot coverage of 48.19%, where 30% is the maximum lot coverage allowed, allow an interior west side setback of 7.2 feet, where 10 feet are required, allow an interior east side setback of 4.2 feet, where 10 feet are required, allow a rear setback of 14 feet, where 20 feet are required, allow 8 parking spaces where 10 parking spaces are required, allow 23.30% pervious area where 30% is the minimum required, and allow proposed dumpster enclosure to be 3.7 feet from the right-of-way fronting East 22nd Street where 10 feet is the minimum required, all in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Sections 98-590, 98-591, 98-2189, subsection 19B, Section 78-108, subsection C1, and Section E of the Hialeah Landscape Manual updated July of 2025, entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification. Property located at 541 East 22nd Street, Hialeah, zoned R33, multiple family district, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Items open for second reading. Any comments or question? Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Can I have a second? Second. Second. Please take roll.
Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Ms. De La Vega is away. Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is
you.
approved.
Next item, please.
For the record, Councilwoman De La Vega has left the meeting, so I'll mark her as absent for these items. Item 16C, second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow 10 parking spaces where 18 parking spaces are required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-2189, subsection 6. Property located at 2315 West 4th Avenue, Hialeah, zoned M3, Industrial District, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Items over for second reading. Any comments or question? Can I have a motion?
Could you, one moment, please? Just remind me, Mr. Cruz?
Yes.
Yeah, why I'm sorry, I know we approved it the first time. The parking variance, we should approve it again. Why?
Yes, we're reducing the parking from 19 to 10 based on studies that we provided from our traffic engineer, based on the model of the business that it's a reduced staff.
I remember it now. Yeah, motion. Okay,
Sorry,
thank you,
what's your first
sir.
name? Oh,
Ruben Cruz, 1920 Wekiva Way, West Palm Beach,
thank you.
Florida.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Got a motion? Can I have a second?
Second.
Take roll, please.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Ms. Perez? Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Tumidor? Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Next item, please.
Item 16D. Oh, I'm sorry. We've already considered that item.
Hear the
So,
traffic engineer again.
16E. First reading of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district NBD overlay in relation to a proposed mixed-use development including 32 residential units and approximately 3,520 square feet of commercial space pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-161. Granting a variance permit to allow 56 parking spaces where 65 parking spaces are required, allow 21% pervious area where 30% is the minimum required, and allow a partial waiver of minimum landscape requirements through landscape mitigation, as per section 98-2235. All in contrast to Hialeah Court of Ordinances, section 98-2189, subsection 4J, and 98-2056, subsection B1. Properties located at 901 East Second Avenue and 925 East Second Avenue. Hialeah zoned CR Commercial Residential District and legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Welcome back, ma'am.
Hello.
How you doing?
Everyone.
How you doing?
Hi, how you doing? Well, just one thing. Did you all get this? So it's no longer 65 required. It's only 56. I listened to you guys. I heard you. So we got it. We made our changes and we got it.
We have a motion.
Miss, one moment. Don't panic yet. Don't panic. Claudia, can you come up a second? Because, yeah, this letter comes from her attorney, but I want to hear it from you. With these revisions,
This letter comes.
are they without any variance at all? Are they within the parking requirements?
I'm past my bedtime, but yes, Claudia Hasman, Planning and Zoning Director, 501 Palm Avenue. Yes, they confirm, they comply with the code, based on the adjustments that they did in the plans.
So
So
let's
there is
do a
no
motion.
parking variances right now.
Thank you. Motion.
Motion.
Second.
Please take roll.
Mr. Junco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for October 14th, 2025.
Thank you. Bye, guys. Finally.
I see that.
Bye, guys.
Good evening.
Aye.
Bye-bye. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item 16F, first reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R3 Multiple Family District to R35 Multiple Family District, granting a variance permit to allow a front setback of 10 feet where 25 feet are required for the ground floor, allow a front setback of 7 feet where 25 feet are required for balconies fronting West Second Avenue, allow an interior south setback of 5 feet where 10 feet are required, allow a street side setback of 5.75 feet where 15 feet are required, allow a lot coverage of 41% where 30% is the maximum allowed, allow a 2-foot landscape buffer fronting West 27th Street where a minimum 7-foot buffer is required, and allow 8 parking spaces where 10 parking spaces are required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, sections 98-589, 98-590, 98-2189, subsection 19B, and sections E entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification, and D, subsection 7, entitled Shrubs, Vines, Ground Covers, Mulch, Buffers, Plant Quality, Stormwater Retention and Detention Areas, Native Species, and Landscape Mitigation of the Hialeah Landscape Manual, updated July of 2025. Property located at 190 West 27th Street, Hialeah, zoned R3 Multiple Family District and legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Hello. Name and address, please.
Vanessa Bertrand, 45 Almeria Avenue, Coral Gables, Florida.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the?
Motion. One moment. Claudia, once again, I'm trying to remind myself, looking at the backups, I'm sorry. How many, one moment, Claudia, how many units? No, you can say, how many units is it gonna be? And how many? Four. And it's a 3-story,
Yes.
right? Okay. Are we okay with the parking variance? How do we then?
They don't have the
mitigate?
parking variance anymore, so they went back to the
Oh,
drawing,
okay. So
board.
this is,
Exactly.
gotcha.
They modified units, so now it requires less parking
Yeah,
for
okay.
that, and they accommodate an additional parking. So now they're requiring 9, and they're providing the 9.
Okay, thank you to both of you. I second the motion.
If I may through the chair,
Yes.
I could understand the confusion though, Claudia, because it says 8 parking spaces where 10 are required. So it's not updated on our end.
No, unfortunately, we had to advertise with the previous request. So
Okay.
the modifications that they're proffering are not showing in the legal notice, but the legal notice is of a higher requirement
Got it.
than what they're providing.
Okay, I'm good with that. Thank you.
So we have a motion by Mr. Tumidor and a second by Mr. Zogby. Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for October 14th, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, please.
Item 16G, first reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to allow a lot coverage of 49%, where 45% is the maximum lot coverage allowed. Allow an interior east side setback of 9 inches where 5 feet are required. Allow a parking setback of 20 feet where 55 feet are required. Allow 8 parking spaces where 9 parking spaces are required. Allow the proposed dumpster enclosure to be 3.7 feet from the right of way fronting East 8th Street where 10 feet is the minimum required, and allow 22% pervious area where 30% pervious area is the minimum required. All in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-641 subsection 1, 98-641 subsection B, 98-641 subsection G, 98-189 subsection 19C, 98-2203 subsection A, 78-108 subsection C1 and section E of the Hialeah Landscape Manual updated July of 2025, entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification. Property located at 125 East 8th Street, Hialeah, zoned R3D, multifamily district, Hialeah downtown, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Claudia. I'm sorry. I'm just, Claudia, talk to me a little bit about this. Is this like the highest building here around the area or?
No,
No.
no, sir. No, sir. It's not the highest that
No.
they're proposing in that area.
Gotcha. No, I thought so too. I just saw the
Yes.
picture, threw me off a little bit.
Yeah. mhm,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thomas, question?
How many, up through the chair?
Yes.
Manny, how many units is this?
5 units, sir.
Okay.
Yes, 5 units,
Okay.
2 and 3 stories. It's changing the area, is multifamily use. We're short of 1 parking space and the owner is paying $5,000 towards contribution of the parking fund. And we are complying 100% with the landscaping for the project. And we are also redoing the front parkway area, which is fully paved. We're taking the pavement out, putting trees and putting grass, which is not there now. And it will definitely be an asset for the property, for the neighborhood. I'm sorry, I'm kind of tired of this hour. So it's going to be a beautiful project, and I think it'll be an enhancement for the neighborhood.
Thank you. Beautiful thing, man. I motion.
Second.
Sure,
Second.
yeah.
Yeah, good. Big roll.
Motion by Zogby, second by Mr. Junco. Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor? Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for October 14th, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. Next item.
Item 16H, first reading of proposed ordinance granting a conditional use permit pursuant to City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-181, to allow a kindergarten class with a maximum capacity of 9 students in conjunction with a 42 children daycare, allow a variance permit to allow 3 parking spaces fronting East 20th Street and 1 parking space fronting East 4th Avenue to back out into the right-of-way, where backout parking is only allowed in low-density residential properties. Allow a 21-foot access way to perpendicular parking spaces where 22 feet are required, and allow 7% pervious area where 18% is the minimum pervious area required. In contrast to the City of Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-2190, 98-2188, subsection A, and in contrast to the Hialeah Landscape Manual updated July of 2025, Section E, entitled Tree and Lawn Requirements by Zoning Classification. Property located at 2019 East 4th Avenue, Hialeah, Zone B1, highly restricted retail district and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay. First reading, what's the pleasure of the board?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Claudia.
So is this a standalone building?
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's a.
It is a corner, yes, it's a corner standalone building.
It's on the corner. So corner, isn't that La Ideal on the corner?
And it's in the corner of,
Okay.
of 20th and East
Okay.
Fourth.
Yeah, I see.
2019, no, East, 2019, great years, East Fourth Avenue. Okay, perfect. Is La Señora Giselle Chamizo here today or no?
Who?
No?
Who?
Giselle, what is that? Who's the owner?
Colorín.
Colorín, yeah. Okay, perfect. All right, and you're good with this, Claudia?
Yes, basically we try to eliminate the back out on East Fourth Avenue, which it was causing the most dangerous vehicular movement.
Yeah.
And so it's eliminating 4 of those movements to only 1. So we feel confident that it will be an
Traffic
improvement.
agents down there too or no?
Police officers.
Security guards.
Not for the amount of
Temporary
children that they have, no.
No. Okay, motion.
Second.
Take roll, please.
Motion by Tumidor, second by Zogby. Ms. Perez? Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for October 14th, 2025.
Thank you.
One more?
One more?
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 more.
2 more.
Item 16I, first reading of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit to allow a clinical research center conducting clinical trials to test new drugs, devices, and other forms of treatment pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Section 98-161, property located at 3750 West 16th Avenue, Suite 236U, Hialeah, zoned M1 Industrial District, and legally described in Exhibit A. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Claudia. Just out of curiosity, because I feel like I've been seeing a lot of these businesses pop up.
Yes.
Am I missing something here? Like, what's going on here in Hialeah? No, because is there, there are
There's
all.
a lot of things going on in Hialeah.
Yeah, why is it that they're coming here a lot? Like, what are we, is it, do you know, is just the available space?
I think there is a combination of aspects that they are actually allowing for this type of business to evolve in the city of Hialeah. It's not one component of it, but I think it's whenever you have like a group of medical centers and stuff like that, this type of clinical researches, it opens up for these opportunities. And please do, you are the expert, so you can provide more information.
Okay.
Good evening, Mirnaya Mujica, and I'm a counselor in business development for the business. I've been in the business for 25 years, and Miami-Dade is chosen by a lot of pharmaceutical companies to develop all the devices, medications, and it seems like the diversity in the area is kind of attractive for them, for the studies that the FDA require them to approve the medication. So what we do is the clinical trials and do all the tests that are required by the FDA for them to approve and move over with the medication. That's
Right. Did you have another location somewhere else or no?
no.
No?
No.
So where would you practice?
Well, I've been 25 years in different areas.
Different areas? So, okay, got it.
Yeah.
So this is going to be your business or?
No.
No?
No.
No.
Actually, we have an office already on that location. It's Dr. Therapy Center. It's a medical office for 2 years.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. No, I've seen like 6 of these come up. I don't know what that was.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no.
No, my bad. I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
no, go ahead. You weren't done?
No, I was done.
I think and I get what you were trying to say. Claudia, are we more welcoming? Maybe you don't know that answer. Why are we getting them so often here? Are we more welcoming for some reason in other cities? Or are other cities more difficult to get these special use permits passed?
I think it's a combination of things. We'll bring this type of business to a special use permit process. So we want to make sure that we are not creating this sort of like hospital that they stay overnight, that
Right.
they can have other. So that's why we bring them so we can review them in a deeper sense. So we don't have those kind of clinical research where you have people staying overnight and creating other type of impacts to the surrounding areas.
And this is not one of those. This is not a drug rehab. It's a clinical research thing and it's by appointment and all that. I get it.
Medical office, basically during the typical hours of operations, 8 to 5. They have by appointments only. So that is what the context that we want to review them.
Thank you.
Let me bring something. In fact, Hialeah is the only one that do this type of specials. So you are the more
More difficult.
difficult here to do it here than in anywhere.
Oh,
any
okay.
other area.
Okay.
I wonder
Thank you.
why. I guess we'll find out. All right. Go ahead, Council.
Can I get a motion?
Yeah.
Motion. Second,
Second.
roll.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for October 14th, 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 16J, first reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R3 Multiple Family District to R33 Multiple Family District and granting a variance permit to allow a living unit where parking spaces are provided, allow an existing structure with the following setbacks: rear setback of 6.91 feet where 20 feet are required, an interior east side setback of 2.1 feet where 10 feet are required, an interior west side setback of 1.2 feet where 10 feet are required, allow a proposed 3-story structure with the following setbacks: a front setback of 17.41 feet where 25 feet are required, an interior east side setback of 2.66 feet where 10 feet are required, an interior west side setback of 5 feet where 10 feet are required, allow a total lot coverage of 46.80% where 30% is the maximum lot coverage allowed, and to allow 6 parking spaces where 7 parking spaces are required, all in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinances, sections 98-599, 595, subsection B, 98-591, 98-590, 98-589, 98-2189, subsection 19B, and 98-2203, subsection A. Property located at 76 West 14th Street, Hialeah, zoned R3, multiple family district, and legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Items of first reading.
You're not here.
Not here.
Mr. Chair, can we table this item? Yes, the applicant is not here.
Okay.
Thank
Can I
you.
get a motion to table?
Motion till next meeting?
Yes. Second,
Second.
roll.
So we have a motion by Mr. Zogby and a second by Mr. Tumidor. Mr. Tumidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Junco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez? Mr. Rodriguez? Motion carries. The item is postponed until the city council meeting of October 14, 2025.
All right, guys.
Good night, everybody.